Welcome into Dolphins Today by Chat Sports. I am Nick Roloff. Dolphins fans, we were planning to go live at the beginning of round 5, but we had to move up our timetable here because Chris Grier and the Miami Dolphins just made a trade to move up in the NFL draft to get a 4th-round selection at pick 120, and the pick is in as well, and we'll just get right into it. It is Jaylen Wright, the running back from Tennessee. We're getting things started off on today's live show with a bang, so welcome in to the 80 people already tuning in. Sherry May, I see you're a real one. Just Coyote, Adrian Haywood, Time and the Buckeye. I'm a little bit stunned by the selection, but Chris Grier weaponizing this offense some more. A 3rd running back to go alongside Devon Achane and Raheem Mostert. It's an intriguing pick by Miami that we'll talk through in more in depth here on the live show, as well as be live for the Dolphins 5th round pick and 2 6th round picks. So stay with us. But the pick is in, and it is Jaylen Wright, the running back from Tennessee. What you need to know about Jaylen Wright just quickly here is speed, speed, and speed. He is very, very fast. I just want to send out this tweet here right now to make people know we're live. But yeah, the Dolphins are adding another speedy weapon for this offense because, well, looks like they wanted to do so. Let me get this updated here. I like to say 12-11, 12-12. Update that right there. Schedule that tweet. All right, now we could just focus on the actual pick from Miami here. Welcome in, everyone, as the 120 people watching. Dolphins traded up. And an intriguing decision by Chris Grier, by the way, which we'll talk about here, but the pick is the running back from Tennessee, Jaylen Wright. We'll get more information on him in a second, but I do want to share the trade details that Miami had to get this pick. And I will say this. This draft has been looked at as a draft that is only about 4 rounds deep, which means there's not a lot of talent in round 5, 6, or 7, according to NFL draft analysts and insiders, which means a lot of teams were going to try to trade up into the 4th round to get their guy if they had a preferred target. And obviously, Chris Grier and Miami had Jaylen Wright on their list. Now, I get people are going to be confused because it is not a position of need whatsoever. You already had Devon Achane, who you used the pick on last year on day 2, and then you already have Raheem Mostert, who was just absolutely fantastic for you last season. So it is a little bit of a stunner, but I do get it because maybe they view him as someone who can be more dynamic in the passing game. I mean, that's the only thing that I'm going to have to try to spin this because I don't really understand why they would go running back with the need at wide receiver, interior offensive line, interior defensive line. Now, if you just talk about Jaylen Wright, the player, I actually am a big fan of him because he's very, very fast. He ran a sub 4.4. I think it was a 4.38 at the NFL Combine. So he is someone who is very, very fast, which we know the Miami Dolphins like to have speed on their offense. That is something that is not shy, and Mike McDaniel really likes that, as well as Chris Grier likes the speed. But I just don't understand why they would go running back over a need like interior offensive line or interior defensive line. Oh, my God, the Bears just took a punter, Torrey Taylor. the punter from Iowa. That is hilarious. Why isn't this trade loading? I'm trying to get the trade so you guys see the trade. 1 second. 1 second. Here we go. 1 second, folks. I want to make sure you guys get the trade. Where is the trade? I'm in a one-man band right now, guys. I'm producing this show on the fly. So bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Trying to get the trade graphic up for you guys so you know what the Dolphins traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. They sent a future third-round pick in next year's draft. So they still are picking in round 5, which is interesting. So they'll now have 1 pick in round 4, 1 pick in round 5, 2 in round 6, and 1 in round 7, at least as things are currently slated. 1 second. This is killing me. But let me know your initial thoughts. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Jaylen Wright heading to Miami, a third running back for the Dolphins, which is pretty intriguing if you ask me. Didn't really see that one coming. But what are your thoughts? Oh, here it is. Thank goodness. God, it was about time I found this pick. But you see it on screen. The running back from Tennessee. Jason says A. We're giving shout-outs for everybody who comments down below. This was the details that netted Miami Jaylen Wright. There we go. We finally got to it. Dolphins receive a 4th-round pick, or it could be, which is 120, which they used on Jaylen Wright. They sent a 2025 3rd-round pick, which we'll talk why that really isn't that big of a deal in just a second. But we are sponsored by Game Time, the #1 daily or ticketing app on the app market. And if you want to get up-to-date tickets last minute, Game Time is the place for you. So get started today with the best ticketing app. You can get $20 off when you download the app and create an account. Use code CHATSPORTS. They are the best for a variety of reasons, but one is because they show you your vantage point. You are not going to be blindsided by your seat when you go in, because too many times have I tried to go to whether a comedy show, a concert, a sporting event, and had seats that I didn't really actually enjoy and I didn't really want. And with Game Time, that doesn't happen with me anymore because I'm able to see where exactly I'm going to sit as I purchase the ticket. They also have all-in pricing, which means you do not get blindsided by fees when you go to check out. It's the best app for a reason. Get started today and download the app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS to get $20 off. I will put that link that will redirect you to your app store to download the app. Like I said, use code CHATSPORTS when you download the app and you create an account, and you will get $20 off. Last minute tickets, best price guaranteed. They got zone deals as well that make things even better. So they want to get butts in seats, and they can get you a perfect seat with some extra money off when you download the app and use code CHATSPORTS. That's best tickets. I'm telling you, get started today. All right, let's take a deep breath here, folks, and really get things in here. I am Nick Roloff. If you're seeing me for the first time here on the channel, it's because, well, I am a relatively new host here at Dolphins Today. My first video is on Wednesday. I've been breaking down every single Dolphins pick. We got Chad Jones in the chat. What's up, Chad? I saw Sherry May say, Nick, we need you to get Dolphins gear. Listen, I'll have Dolphins gear, but I'm also a Miami Heat fan, and that's kind of why I was replacing Jake Rietma and Tom Downey here, is because I'm a Heat fan. I'm ready to rep the Dolphins, and we'll just be the Miami guy here at Chat Sports. So the Heat play a big game at home later against the Boston Celtics. I'll be live on the Heat Report channel for that game, by the way, if you're a Heat fan. So just quick plug there. So I had to wear my Miami Heat sweatshirt for today. All right, but let's get back into what really matters, and it is the pick for Miami. And this trade does not move me. And I want the Dolphins fans in the chat right now not to be scared and concerned that why did we trade a future 3rd-round pick for a 4th-round pick in this year's draft? Well, here's the thing. The Dolphins are going to have a lot of 3rd-round picks next year because they have their own 2025 3rd-round pick. They didn't have a 3rd-round pick this year because of the Tom Brady tampering situation. That sucked. But they are going to have 3 next year. Why would they have 3? They have their own, and they're projected to get 2 3rd-round comp picks because when you get comp picks when people leave in free agency. They had Christian Wilkins leave in free agency, who got $110+ million, and they had Robert Hunt, the right guard, leave in free agency and get a 5 for $100 million deal. So the Dolphins are already projected to get 2 third-round picks in next year's third round, which made a third-round pick kind of expendable. And if they had a high grade on Jaylen Wright and really projected him as someone who could impact this roster and help the team win this season and get on this offense well, then who am I going to be upset with trading a future third-round pick? You're going to have 3 third-rounders next year. I view that as an expendable asset, and they use that pick to move up into the 4th round to take the running back, Jaylen Wright. Sea Devil says, wrong, we do need a running back. Listen, I get it. Raheem Mostert is getting up there in age. He's also kind of an injury-prone running back. Devon Achane is someone who showed a lot of promise last year for Miami. But one thing I will tell you is that they're going to be able to keep the running backs fresh. And if that was the goal here, then I think that is goal accomplished, right? Because you're going to have 3 backs that are very, very fast. All 3 of them ran sub 4.4s, and Mostert, Achane, and Jaylen Wright at the combine. And now they're going to be able to just rotate them in, keep them fresh. You're not going to see one guy in Miami get 15, 20 carries a game. You might see 3 of them each get 7 carries and just be a more well-balanced attack for this Miami Dolphins offense. Maybe they also view Jaylen Wright as someone who can transition and be more of a receiving threat out of the backfield. And maybe they even want to play him in the slot. It is an intriguing idea. As you guys mentioned in the chat, 4.38 speed. Listen, as we take a deep breath and really just think, it's a little bit of a stunning pick. The 3rd pick of the draft for Miami. They took Chop Robinson at 21, Patrick Paul yesterday, which a lot of mixed results and feelings on that pick because he likely will not start in 2024 unless an injury happens. But you're getting someone who can play right away for Miami. Like running backs, they have a relatively short shelf life, and you used the pick last year in the mid-rounds on Achane, and now you do it again here with Wright. And you're just getting speed. And I don't hate it. I think I agree with Carter Reimer here. This is good value for Jaylen Wright. We'll flash his scouting report here in a second. Let's get to that right here. But he was someone who a lot of people thought could be an impact player in year 1. And the Dolphins evidently felt that way too. He was the number 2 ranked running back for Tom Downey, our draft expert here at Chat Sports, and the 53rd overall prospect. So us here at Chat Sports, we believed he was someone that was going to go much earlier than they did. And I know a lot of people are going to say we need interior defensive line. I agree. Interior offensive line. I agree. But to get a steal like Jaylen Wright, who many believed was going to go yesterday in day 2 of the NFL draft in the middle of round 4, I'm not going to be upset about it. I really am not. So let's show Jaylen Wright some love right now. You see his number he won in college, playing for the Tennessee Volunteers, number 0. Spam your zeros down below. Let's get some zeros in the chat. Let's get the chat rate up. Spam your zeros to show Jaylen Wright, the running back from Tennessee, some love as he is the newest member of the Miami Dolphins. I'll give some shout-outs. Daniel Rice, Kevin Smith, RJ, Michael Wright. I got game. Continue spamming those zeros down below for Jaylen Wright. Oh, my goodness, folks. I didn't see it coming. I did not. I can't believe it because we were scheduled to go live on the channel at about, I think it was 12:45 CT, 1:45 Eastern time, and I was getting the studio set up, ready to go, and then all of a sudden I get the notification that Chris Grier and the Dolphins trade up, and next thing you know, I'm scrambling to get live so we can talk about this pick and break it down more in depth. It's funny how that works, though. All right, we're finally settled in here. We're settled in. I shout out to everyone spamming those zeros. Gino, Matthew, Coop, Sherry May, Mike Ice, Brian, first down, saying 3:05. I like that first down. Fins up, typing those zeros. David Storm typing 9. I think that's a mistake. He should be typing 0. How's everyone doing? I will say, the duo of Achane and Wright is going to be a fun one. Very, very athletic, two speedy running backs. It's surprising that they go RB here with some of the needs still on the board, but you can't deny that they got good value, right? And that's all you can really ask for. You want good value. You want good value when you're drafting. And I'm actually a fan of trading up. Now, if I'll be honest, if Chris Grier wanted to trade up and get a guy, maybe they only felt like Jaylen Wright was that person they felt necessary to do so. But if they traded up to take Brandon Dorlus from Oregon, the interior defensive lineman who went early in round 4 to the Atlanta Falcons, I would have been a big fan of that pick. But they ultimately moved up for Jaylen Wright, the running back from Tennessee. We'll showcase his stats and break him more in depth in a bit. When we're going to wait for the Dolphins' 5th round pick, and then once they make that selection in round 5, we are going to do a full video on Jaylen Wright on the 5th round selection, and then we'll just continue to party here and wait for the 2 picks in the 6th round. All right. I got to be honest. I've said it a couple times, folks, but I need to take a deep breath and just relax because I don't have a producer. I'm producing by myself here. That's one of the perks of being a producer at Chat Sports and then working your way up to host, that you have the ability to self-produce. But after the craziness of the draft or the trade, going live a little bit earlier, having to get the sponsor read in there, I think we could finally settle in. Because here's the thing, you guys, if you were with us on Thursday night of the live show when we were simulcasting on our main Chat Sports channel, but we're also live for the Dolphins' 1st round pick, that I want to get to know you guys more. And some of you may know me because I did produce for our old host, Will Scott, in the 2022-23 season, and I was actually the producer for the final 4 regular season games and the playoff game against Buffalo, where Skylar Thompson almost took down Josh Allen in Buffalo, which would have been freaking unbelievable. I was rooting for hell like the Dolphins to get the win on that day. So some of you guys may know me, some of you guys may not, but I do want to get to know you guys more because we're going to have a lot of fun in the rest of this offseason, and we're going to have a lot of fun during the regular season where we're going to be live for every Dolphins game, live shows throughout the week, so I'm pretty excited for that. David remembers me, which makes me excited. Some people can remember me. That's all that matters. I'm pretty sure Sherry May remembers me. Sherry May's got to remember me because I remember Sherry May in the comment section. I do. Homie says fins up. Let's go. Mike says if your name is Jaylen, the Dolphins will draft you. Yeah, that's 3 Jaylens right there. That's Jalen Phillips, now Jaylen Wright, and Jalen Waddle. I don't think I'm missing any other Jaylens. If I am, let me know down below, but I don't think I am. Our first super chat of the night. Let's go. Coming in from Fins Up, $5. Oh, we got to fix this. We just continue to have to battle here on the fly. A little dipsy-do. We're a jack of all trades here. Just like how I want my Dolphins to be, I want them to be versatile. We're versatile here at Dolphins Today. Fins Up, $5 super chat. Let's freaking go. Let's be honest, no one's seen this coming. People can hate on Grier, but at least the guy is trying, has my respect. Listen, I do get that. Jalen Ramsey, that's right. Thank you, guys. It's 4 Jaylens now. 4 Jaylens. Cooprat says never forgotten you. That one feels good, man. It's been a while. I don't think I did I didn't do a single Dolphins game last year. I haven't been on the channel of Dolphins Today, I think, since that playoff loss against Buffalo, which unfortunate that it took that long to get back here, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy some of the real ones remember me. Shout out Fins Up, $5 super chat. We're cracking open the Happy Dads, and we're getting it started. Got the pineapple flavor today. That's only right. Pineapple, Florida. Let's get it. Sea Devil says, people wanted interior offensive line, specifically center. Sea Devil says you got one. They did sign Aaron Brewer, who's with the Tennessee Titans a little bit. It's an intriguing replacement for Connor Williams. Williams still a free agent out there who obviously had that significant injury to end his season. I think it's going to be a fine replacement, but I do believe the Dolphins would benefit from adding another interior offensive lineman that can play center, that can play offensive guard, because they do have to find a replacement for Robert Hunt. Robert Jones is the person who slots in right now to be that starting right guard. We'll see if he ends up proving to be a good replacement. Like, I'm curious to see what you guys have to say. Like, do you guys think Robert Jones can replace Robert Hunt? I mean, Robert for Robert swap. Robert for Robert swap. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Sherry May says, are we going to have fun watch parties again, Nick? Listen, I don't know how the watch party games were with Jake Rietma. I like Rietma. He's a good friend of mine. It's unfortunate that he left the company, but it did pave the way for me to become the host of the channel, so I got to thank him for that, I guess. I don't know how they went. If you guys didn't think they were fun, that's disappointing. But I am going to do everything in my power to make sure you guys are enjoying watch parties every single Sunday, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy them with me. So the answer to that question, yes. Yes. Eddie says, I was sure getting Jalen Hicks. Has he gone yet? Jaden Hicks, from the safety from Washington State? If not, Sherry May says Reetman was fun. Okay, good, because then we'll have fun watch parties then. Jaden Hicks, I was a big fan of the safety from Washington State. And if you watched a couple of our videos over the past couple of days since I've taken over the channel, I've been a big proponent of adding another safety because you have Javon Holland, you have Jordan Poyer, yes, but I think Anthony Weaver, the new defensive coordinator for the Dolphins, who comes from a system in Baltimore who likes to run a lot of safety sets, nickels. They have Kyle Hamilton there who just roams around and does a lot of fun things. Like, I almost would have liked to see Javon Holland become just that Kyle Hamilton guy to where he can play in the nickel, can play in the box, can play in the standard safety position. And then you have Jordan Poyer and a potential third safety if you want to go to that 3 safety package in the back. So I do think safety is a position that Miami could address. Now, it could be in free agency after the draft. Justin Simmons is still out there, a long-term guy. There's some good safeties out there, but I thought the Dolphins could have added another guy in that back end. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I view that as a position that they could add. My 5 biggest positions of need is interior offensive line, interior defensive line. Third was offensive tackle, but that's been addressed with Patrick Paul, so we'll scratch that from the record. 4th was wide receiver because there is a wide receiver 3 vacancy on this Dolphins team. Maybe they do go to the free agency pool of Odell Beckham Jr., Tyler Boyd once the draft is over. And then my 5th position of need was safety. Yeah, Vivian, I agree. Need a wide receiver 3. I do think, though, maybe they go draft heavy as they still have 4 picks left to go. 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Maybe they grab a couple wide receivers to end out today's draft. But I believe they'll go the free agency route. I think they have Waddle and Hill, and then they're going to look for more of a guy that complements them, who can play on the outside but also play on the inside as well and just be a versatile guy they could play either way. And I think that might be Odell Beckham Jr., man. I feel like there's a lot of interest from each team or each side, and I would like that. I would like that marriage, and we'll cover everything post-draft as well. Cover everything post there. Coop says, do you think Rozier is coming back soon? I hope so. I tell you what, I really hope so. That neck injury is nothing to play with. He's obviously out for tonight's game against the Celtics. I'd like to see Terry Rozier potentially return Monday for Game 4. If not, maybe Game 5 on Wednesday. But Miami's got to win one of these next 2 games to make sure they're going back to Boston at least 2-2 if they want to win this series. Ideally, they win the next 2 and go up 3-1. Let's get back to Dolphins football, though. Xaden says, I like Berrios. Listen, I like Braxton Berrios. I don't know if I would be okay relying on him to be your wide receiver 3, though. We have a trade. It looks like the 49ers are on the clock at 129 instead of the Jets. Ray Davis, the running back from Kentucky, just went to Buffalo. We'll get that selection at the bottom of your screen here as we try to keep you up to date on the latest surrounding the NFL draft. We'll continue to just show, if you're just a new viewer of the channel and stream, make sure you are subscribed. The Dolphins did not have a 4th-round pick, but traded a future 3rd-round pick in 2025 to get a 4th-round pick and take the running back Jaylen Wright, a very dynamic weapon, which I think Dolphins fans are going to fall in love with, man. I was stunned. I was surprised, as much as you guys were as well, on the Dolphins trading up to draft a running back, because many people didn't really see that as a massive position of need. But I think people are going to fall in love with his ability to just be another threat on this offense. That's kind of what I see. That's what I see. Every noodle, good point. Cedric Van Pran was available. Center from Georgia. I wonder who are the top interior offensive linemen, because that is a position that I'd like Miami to try to address still in this draft. Let's see if we got the big board here and we could try to find the top interior offensive linemen still on the board. Let's see here. See if we got it here. It's top interior offensive linemen. Oh, I'm going to be heartbroken, guys. All right, so we do have the top offensive linemen that are still on the board here, and these are them. That is not right. The Ravens are now on the clock. I got to be honest, guys. Now looking back on it, I'm a little disappointed they didn't go after Christian Mahogany. I am a big fan of his game. Offensive guard from Boston College, the 6th-ranked offensive lineman on the interior, according to our Tom Downey. Van Pran is on here, but he's ranked behind Mahogany. But the reason why it says 6 up there and then 4 down there, I think, is because of he's labeled as a center, but he's also labeled a 6. So I don't know. Maybe our graphics package is a little messed up. But I'll tell you this right now. Mahogany is someone that I am fond of. I am a big fan of him. I said this actually on yesterday's video, if you watched late last night of day 3 targets, that I believe he can be a starting caliber offensive lineman day 1. And I would have liked to see him come in and compete with Robert Jones for that right guard position. And now let's say that maybe the Dolphins trade up from their pick in round 5, which is 158, I believe, so 28 picks away. Maybe they trade up and grab Mahogany, and I would be ecstatic with that pick. But that feels like a miss to me. I know they got good value with Jaylen Wright, but I would have liked Mahogany, man. Tycoon, I agree with you. Mahogany's still on the board. I thought he would have been gone the 3rd. I'm a big fan of Mahogany's game, man. And I thought he would have been a starting caliber offensive guard for Miami. David agrees. That's a little devastating. I'm not going to lie. Now that I realized he was on the clock or on the board when the Dolphins picked, that hurts a little bit. It hurts a little bit. My question to you guys, though, is TJ Tampa goes off the board. That's a corner from Iowa State. I expected to go much earlier. I like TJ Tampa, man. Who do you want the Dolphins to draft today? Who is a prospect that you want Miami to go after? That's what I want to know. I believe I have this somewhere. Who do you want the Dolphins to draft today? Yeah, who do you want the Dolphins to draft? Let me know. Get a name. Get a name down below for a player the Dolphins should draft, in your opinion. Also, hit that thumbs up button. We have 280 people watching. Appreciate all the real ones coming in. Dolphins fans, I'm the new host of Dolphins Today as of Wednesday. We're going to have a lot of fun going forward, and I hope that we get to know each other a lot more and before the season gets underway in September and preseason in August. But hit that thumbs up icon. Let's get to 100 likes ASAP. Let's get the triple digits. The triple dibbits. Reaper says, Nick, I can't wait till the Heat play. Me as well. I'm ecstatic for today's game. David says Johnny Wilson. Chad Jones. What's up, Chad? Chad Jones. Mahogany. Reaper says, don't we need defense? Yeah, defense is a need, especially on the defensive line and the interior, trying to replace Christian Wilkins. But maybe Chris Grier has a lot of hope for the new free agent signing, Teair Tart. I was a fan of Tart when he was with Tennessee, so maybe he can come in and provide and be a nice little difference maker for this Chris Grier defense, and Anthony Weaver, the new DC. Johnny Wilson from Vivian, big-bodied wide receiver from Florida State. I believe he's like 6'6", 6'7". Many people thought he could be playing tight end, but I view him as actually more of a slot guy. Believe it or not, a 6'6", 6'7" guy, I view him as a slot wide receiver because he could run those slot fades, be a nice big-bodied receiver over the middle of the field. I actually think Johnny Wilson would be profiled as a slot receiver in my mind. Not all the times, can obviously play on the boundary, but it would be very, very fun to see him in the slot. Carlos says Heat in 6. Love that, Carlos. That was my prediction. I said Heat in 6. Magalo says we need a DT or offensive guard, best available. The interior defensive line, the defensive tackles have they've fallen off a little bit. We'll showcase the top guys there in just a second. Kurt says guard. Chad Jones says Debo might be getting traded to the Pats. Is that true? Hope not. I mean, there was a lot of buzz yesterday, but I don't think the 49ers would take a 4th-round pick for Debo. Maybe they would. Maybe they wouldn't. I just don't see that being a option for New England. New England got very much. Ooh, look at this. Oh, I love this. I love this. Shout out to Jaylen Wright, the new Miami Dolphins. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Look at what Jaylen Wright tweeted. They done effed up. If you can see it, they done effed up. They let our guy fall, and the Dolphins traded up to get him. And now the newest member of the Dolphins is telling the people they done effed up. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We already did this exercise a little bit, but I'm fired the hell up now that Jaylen Wright is telling people they done effed up. Spam your zeros for Jaylen Wright, the number you wore for the Tennessee Volunteers. Type the zeros. Come on. Come on. Vivian says can't see it. It said he tweeted out they done effed up with some asterisks, so it didn't spell out the actual F word. But that fires me up. Let's go! He wants to be a member of the Dolphins. He's pissed off that he slid as far as he did, and now he is amped up to prove people wrong for Miami. That is the stuff that really gets me going. That is the stuff that really gets me going. The Chiefs just picked Jared Wiley, the tight end from TCU. Eagles on the clock with pick 132 now. Daryl, Shade, Ocean, David, Vivian, Benny, Mike, Reaper, Kurt, Matthew, all typing those zeros. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sea Devil's very excited about this pick. We know that. He thought that the Dolphins needed a running back. And I get why, because Mostert's been injury prone. Achane suffered some injury issues last year. But what I really just think is the reason why Miami went with this is they just want to continue to add weapons to this offense. That's really what they want. And Miami is a very intriguing team, and they view positions a little bit differently than other organizations. They view it more as a positionless football because the way they use Tyreek Hill. You remember those formations just a year ago where Hill would line up almost at tight end, go in motion behind Tua or in front of Tua, and then get running on the move. So like they don't run traditional formations. They don't. So just getting more speed and more guys to stress and threaten the defense is always going to be something to be good. So I am a fan of the pick. I'm not going to say it's like an A- pick or an A pick. Hell, maybe I might even see B+. But I think the grade I would give it just off dome, and I'll think about it more and more before I give my official grade. But I'm thinking more of a B, B-. You guys agree? Like, we type zeros to welcome in Jaylen, right? But what would you guys grade the pick right off the top? I'm still haven't given my official pick yet, but I'd say B, B-, somewhere in that range. He's an excellent player, and they got unbelievably good value for him. I just didn't think it was the biggest position of need, which is why it's not a higher grade. Like, if the Dolphins needed a running back, this would be a A-. But they didn't desperately need one. This is a luxury pick. It's a luxury pick. B from Michael Wright. Benny says a B is fair. Vivian's going all the way in with A. Joshua says B+. A- from Coop saying it's good depth. It is great depth. He'll probably be dynamic in special teams as well. I'll have to check to see if he returned any punts in college, but he could be a kick returner with those new kick returning rules. B-, C+ from Dustin. Troy says B. Bill Lyon says B-. Mike Ice just says B entire for the draft so far. Sherry May screaming no. Why are you screaming no? Why are you screaming no? Shade Knight says hope Connor Williams comes back. Maybe that's why Sherry's screaming no. Maybe that's why. Every Noodle says B. Yeah, that's kind of my point. I think Jaylen Wright is going to be more impactful on the special teams potentially. Maybe special teams. Maybe a special teams guy. All right. We do have to tell everyone about Game Time again. And you guys need to get started with Game Time today. It is the #1 ticketing app on the App Store. It specializes in last-minute tickets, so get started today with Game Time. They show exact vantage point. If you want to go to a Dolphins game in August for the preseason or during the season in September or even a Miami Hurricanes game or a Miami Marlins game, they also have tickets for comedy shows, concerts. They have it all. Get started with Game Time today. $20 off your first purchase when you create an account and use code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS. That will be in the live chat as well right now. Get started with Game Time today. Last minute tickets. I'm someone who procrastinates quite a bit. It's not the best quality in for me. But listen, when I just wake up one day and say, hey, I want to go to a Dolphins game. Hey, I want to go to this concert for $10, $15, well, I can, because Game Time specializes in last minute tickets for the lowest price guaranteed. They have zone deals, flash deals as well. Get started today. The link to redirect you to the App Store is in the live chat right now. Get started today with Game Time, lowest price guaranteed. Chat Sports, terms apply, but create an account. Use that code CHATSPORTS to get $20 off your first purchase. I think Jaden Hicks just went, which is kind of devastating. Also, Utah safety Sion Vaki. No, Braylon. What is the running backs are flying off the board right now, guys? Absolutely flying off the board. Let's get me back on screen here. Computer's being a little slow. Being a little bit slow here. Shout out your city for me down in the comment section. We also need 12 more likes until we get to 100. Hit that like button, guys. Come on. Let's get the triple digits. We get the triple digits likes, I'm taking another Happy Dad set. Braylon, oh yeah, Jaden Hicks went to the Chiefs at 133. That's tough. That's not great. And our rival Jets went Braylon Allen, the running back from Wisconsin. Oh, Mr. 305's here. Oh, boy. Davin's watching from Lewisburg, West Virginia. West Virginia. Don't see West Virginia. How'd you become a Dolphins fan, Davin, if you're from West Virginia? I'm curious on that. Port St. Lucie from Kurt. Shout out to Port St. Lucie. I've been there a couple times. Benny says Westchester, Florida. Let's go. Oh, Ohio from Tyman. Good pick from good question from Andrew here. What do you think has been our best and worst pick so far? So they've made 3, so it's hard to slim pickings because 3 guys have been picked, and there's got to be a best, worst, and tough. Listen, this might be a little controversial, but I think Patrick Paul is the best pick for Miami. Out of all 3 guys picked for the Dolphins, I was highest on Paul, not in terms of big board, because I think Chop Robinson was an overall better prospect than Paul, but for where Miami got them. And I know a lot of people are going to be concerned that he's not going to play in year 1. I get it. You got Armstead, you got Austin Jackson, but Paul is a high upside guy. He's not a total project because he played 3 years in college. He had excellent grading from PFF this year for Houston, who jumped up from the AAC to the Big 12, so he continued his play and improvement while playing better competition, and he'll be able to fill in and be that swing tackle for Miami when Teron Armstead eventually misses 1 or 2 games, because he's gonna. He is an injury-prone offensive tackle. Or if Austin Jackson gets hurt, he'll be there to potentially slide in and play. And then if Armstead retires in a year, which kind of feels like is on the horizon, Patrick Paul can be your long-term left tackle. So to me, I like the pick of Patrick Paul. That would be the best. And if I had to pick the worst, I think I would pick Chop Robinson, the first-round pick. I don't think Jaylen Wright's the worst. Great value there. Just don't know if Robinson was the right pick for Miami. I would have rather picked Graham Barton or Jerzon Newton at 21 rather than Chop Robinson. But I have improved my belief on Robinson's ability to impact this team. He's very athletic, and he could come around and give you great athleticism on the edge and give you insurance for Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, who are coming off injuries, specifically Phillips coming off that torn Achilles. Oh, a $5 super chat from Sherry May. Shout out to you, Sherry. $5 super chat gets you on screen. Also is a beer cheers from me. Any super chat gets on screen. If we want to get nuts and have a party, I didn't have the most time to grab tools to get drinking apparatuses, but we will party here to celebrate every Dolphins pick and hang out for the draft. And listen, I know not all you guys are fans of the Miami Heat. I am. I'm a Miami Heat fan. So I'm kind of just using this as the pregame for the game tonight against the Boston Celtics. So cheers to you, Sherry May. Nick, could we have a show on the upcoming schedule and discuss, please? Yes, Sherry May. So let me double check this, Sherry May. Let me find out when the exact schedule release is going to be. We will have a show on the exact schedule for Miami. We'll go game by game, breaking down when they play, who they play, where they play. And then we'll also have a separate video predicting the Miami Dolphins schedule. So don't you worry. When is the NFL schedule release is likely going to be May 8th or May 9th. So we already know who the Dolphins are going to play. We have the opponents out. We just don't know when and where. Well, we know where actually, but we just don't know when they will play and in what order. Let me bring up the Dolphins' opponents so we can talk about that real quick. But I expect the Dolphins to win the division, if I got to be honest. I do. Is that too aggressive to say? Like, are you with me? Like, the Bills took a step back. Their defense lost some pieces. Obviously, Jordan Poyer coming from Buffalo to Miami. Von Miller's washed. They lose Stephon Diggs. Their wide receiver one is Keon Coleman. Like, they're not going to be as good as they were last year. The Jets, who knows what's going to be on with the Jets because Aaron Rodgers returning. Like, who knows how he comes off the Achilles injury. So I'm not sure there. But I think that the Dolphins are in the driver's seat for the division. Like, I don't expect New England in year one with a rookie quarterback to compete at all. They do have a good defense, but their offense is very young, rookie quarterback. Who knows if he plays? It might be Jacoby Brissett. But I think the Dolphins are the favorites for the division, man. I do. Maybe that's aggressive. Maybe that's aggressive. Scott doesn't think that. Bill Lyon says Cuse in the house. Listen, I don't know if you guys knew this. Probably not. I'm from Rochester, New York. That's where I'm originally from. So that's pretty close to Cuse. Pretty close to Cuse. Oh, Jacob Cowing, the wide receiver from Arizona, off the board. I like that pick. Like that pick for the 49ers. Like that pick. Matt agrees with me. Like, I think the Dolphins should win the division. Like, I don't think that's crazy to say. I don't think it's crazy to say. All right, the opponents for Miami in 2024 at home. So these games are all at home. Hard Rock, baby. San Francisco. Obviously, the 3 division games against the Jets, Patriots, and Bills. So the outside of the division, 49ers. That'll be a tough game. But you're in Miami, East Coast. Potential win there as they travel. The Titans, that should be a win. That game last year was an absolute disaster on Monday Night Football. Let's not have that again. The Raiders, that should be a win. Their defense is good, but their offense not so much. The Jaguars will be an interesting game. I would say Miami's a better team, so at home they should win. And then the Cardinals, that should be a win at home as well. So if you look at your home schedule there, you got 8 games at home this season. 49ers, Bills, Jets, Patriots, Titans, Raiders, Jags, Cardinals. You should go 5-3 at home at the minimum. At minimum. I think that's at worst. Maybe that's a little aggressive, but 5-3 at home at worst against those teams. And then on the road, your road schedule is a little bit tough. You obviously play your division, and then you play the Browns in Cleveland. That's tough. Green Bay and Green Bay will be tough. Houston and Houston is tough. LA, the Rams in LA is tough. The Seahawks on the road is tough. And the Colts on the road is tough. So I'll be honest, the road schedule for Miami is a little difficult. The schedule for the Dolphins is tough, but I would still project just off dome. Obviously, it's tough to say because you don't know what order, and the order does matter, by the way. And obviously, if it's a Thursday game to a Monday game, you got to take into account how much time in between games you have. But I'd say 10-7 at minimum. 10-7 might be good enough to win the division. Like, I think the Bills might go 9-8. The Jets will be in that 9-8, 10-7 range. And I don't think New England's going to be a threat. So if you're just talking the future of the Dolphins, like I believe that they'll be right in that discussion to be the top team in the AFC East, which is, by the way, pretty big because if the Dolphins want to make a deep playoff run, in my opinion, they have to have home field advantage because, listen, I'm a fan of Tua. I think he's a top 15 quarterback in the league, but I am not that confident in his ability to go on the road in cold environments during January, late December, and get wins. He played well in Buffalo last December, but the game in Kansas City, I know that was a record-setting cold. It was ugly. It was ugly. So if the Dolphins want to make a deep playoff run, I think getting home field advantage would be big. So winning the division would secure you a home playoff game and potentially even hosting in round 2 of the divisional round if you're able to be the 2 seed or something like that. And if obviously you're the 1 seed, then you have home field advantage throughout. That's kind of just how I feel. That's kind of how I feel. Basson, are you asking me? Are you even a Dolphins fan or are you a troll? If you're asking Mr. 305, he is not a Dolphins fan. He is not a Dolphins fan. He is a Bears fan. I know that for a fact. Scott says Grier falls in love with guys and overdrafts them. Which player do you think got overdrafted, though? I think you got great value on Jaylen Wright. You got good value on Patrick Paul. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I got you, Basson. I think you can argue that he fell in love with Chop and maybe overdrafted him slightly. But I don't think you overdrafted that man right there. I don't think you overdrafted Patrick Paul at all. I don't think at all. Don't think at all. Davin's heading out. Peace out. Thanks for checking in. Have a nice Saturday. Hashtag fins up. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. I don't have a quote-unquote super chat menu. But I'll shotgun a beer for a $50 super chat. I'll do it. Or chug a beer for $50. I'll do it. If we want to party here on Dolphins Today, I'm with it. As we wait for the next pick for Miami. Are they on the bottom ticker at all? We are in round 5 officially. Round 5, pick 136. The Dolphins have a pick. Where do they pick in round 5? I thought it was 158. Am I mistaken on that? No, 158. That checks out. Let me double check and make sure. It is pick 68. 168. I was off. 168 is the pick. You think Patrick Paul was a reach, Gibby? I don't know, Jim. I don't know about that one. I had him as a mid-day 2 pick. That's where the Dolphins mid-second round pick. And that's where the Dolphins took him. I think they took him at value. Unless I mistyped here and I was right the first time and it actually is 158. I don't know what I'm doing. I thought it was 158, but I wrote here 168. So either I typoed and I was right. I don't know. You guys let me know. Mr. Rolly, the pasty prince of York. That's funny. I get that. Funny's funny, Mr. 305. So I was right the first time. In my mind, I knew it was 158. I wrote down 168, which I don't know what's worse, having a typo or not. 270 people watching. Who's the best player on the board? I like this question. Who's the best player on the board? We can rotate through the big board if you guys like. Let me know. See, I got to trust my gut. That is something you guys will learn. I overguess myself sometimes, and I thought it was 158. That's what I had locked up in here, but then I wasn't completely sure on it, and then I second guess myself. Who's the best player on the board? You know what? I think it's a good question, and then they'll rotate through the big board here and see who Miami could take as they're up in 50 picks. Some of the top guys available: Malik Washington, wide receiver from Virginia, could be a wide receiver 3 for Miami. Christian Mahogany. This would be the guy that I would pray fell to Miami at 158. But if if the Dolphins traded up into the 5th round and sent maybe one of their 6th round picks or a future 7th round pick or even their 7th round pick this year to get up into the 5th round to take Mahogany, I would be all in on that. I think he could be a day one starter for Miami. He would be my top player on the board to fit for the Dolphins. Austin Booker at edge is a good prospect, not someone who could fit with Miami, though. After drafting Chop Robinson, I think they're set at that position. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is intriguing, but I'm probably good at linebacker for the Dolphins, at least right now. Good on edge. Cedric Van Pran's interesting, a center for Georgia, but many people believe he can play on the interior offensive line at the guard spots. Listen, Aaron Brewer was signed from Tennessee in free agency to be potentially Connor Williams' replacement. But Van Pran, if you believe he can play guard, I would not hate that pick whatsoever. Brendan Rice, the son of Jerry Rice. I don't think he's that good of a player, to be honest. I don't believe he is going to be that special. He doesn't flash elite athleticism or traits. But if Brendan Rice was there at 158, I wouldn't hate him being the wide receiver 3. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't grade it at an A+. It would be a relatively high grade because you got good value on it. But if you're a traits guy, Brendan Rice isn't for you. He's just someone who is getting the job done. Maybe you want Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver from Florida State, who is just an absolute behemoth of a man. 6'6", 6'7". Went to Florida State, stays in the state of Florida potentially. Could be big-bodied X, could be a big slot receiver. You see a lot of teams go to the tight end in the slot, like the Chiefs with Travis Kelce, Dalton Kincaid a year ago. I'm not saying Johnny Wilson needs to change the tight end, but he can give you that big-bodied slot receiver that other teams are running. Oladapo from Oregon State, I labeled safety as an intriguing possibility for Miami to get a third guy behind Javon Holland and Jordan Poyer. That would be an intriguing name. Chris Abrams-Drain, he's a good ball player from Missouri. I wouldn't hate that pick either. Cam Hart's someone that's intriguing. Secondary member from Notre Dame. He's had a lot of production, a lot of experience for the Fighting Irish. I would be intrigued by him. Obviously, you don't need running back, but rounding out our top 16 left here at Chat Sports, Audric Estime out of Notre Dame. Johnny Wilson isn't the fastest guy, but that's why I think I see him as a big slot. I think a common misconception from NFL fans is that a slot wide receiver has to be twitchy and quick. No, you could be big-bodied because you could run the slot fade where you get a linebacker or a safety onto you or a smaller corner in the nickel, and you just use that size to throw a jump ball and win in that range. So I don't think it has to be a specific type of mold wide receiver that's twitchy, small, and quick. Yeah, that probably is what most slots are, but you see more teams go to the big tight end in the slot, and maybe Johnny Wilson could be that big-bodied wide receiver for the Dolphins in the slot. All right, let's check in on some picks here. Last pick that just came in was Tarheeb Still, the corner from Maryland. I actually don't hate that pick for them. I'm a big fan of Tarheeb Still from the Chargers. Let's get a comment section rolling. I hate the Bills more than anyone else. If you are with me, spam F Buffalo down below. Spam F Buffalo down below. I hate them. Let me know if you hate them as well. Let me know if you hate them as well. Sea Devil says, you got those needs from the media? No, I actually just looked at the roster, and that's what I came up with. I didn't look at what the media said. I believe the number one need for Miami is offensive guard. I'm not as confident in Robert Jones as maybe some other people, and I'd like to find Robert Hunt's replacement. And I would put defensive tackle at number 2. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I mean, the media is going to say those are the needs, but I didn't specifically take them from media members. That's what I looked at the roster, and that's what I decided was the biggest needs for the Dolphins. Everyone can have their own opinion, though. Everyone can have their opinion. Matt Farms, F Buffalo. Mike S, F Buffalo. John, Nicholas, Bill, Joseph, Bryant, Gary, Finn's Heat Boy, Matthew Dillard, Michael Wright, Mike Ice, Vivian, Dave, Gibby. Vivian says, I hate Buffalo, but not as much as the Jets. You know, that's actually that's a fun exercise here. I hate the Bills, and you could spam your F Buffalo, but who is your most hated team in the NFL? You'd imagine it would be one of the 3 AFC East division rivals, New England, Buffalo, or the Jets, but I'm curious to see who your most hated team is. Mine is Buffalo. I hate the Bills more than anyone in the NFL, but let me know who you hate the most. It doesn't have to be an AFC East rival. It could be anybody else, but you just most likely see the division rivals be hated the most. Let me know down below. Let me know down below what your most hated team is. I see New England from Log, Dallas from Michael, Nicholas says Patriots, Joseph says Kansas City, Mike just says everybody. Gibby says it used to be New England, but now it's Buffalo. It seems like it's just whoever is the best or the biggest rival to Miami in the division at the time. Bobby says New England. Michael says F New England. Jets and the Falcons from John Corley. That's an intriguing. Why the Falcons? Why do you hate Atlanta? Brown says Ty Man? You hate the Browns? That doesn't make sense. Is that a Bengals fan? Intangible Stud says F305. I can't tell if that's intriguing. It's intriguing. Looks like we got our most recent pick here. Jordan McGee, that's linebacker from Temple. Interesting. Now the Chargers are on the clock. We're within 20 picks, folks. We're 20 picks away. Oh. Intangible says, I like Joe Burrow. He's a solid dude. But oh, you are a Dolphins fan. But why did you say... Wait, hold on. But you said F the Bears in 305. Oh, are you talking about Mr. 305, the guy in the chat? I thought you were saying F305 is F the Heat. Or excuse me, F Miami. I thought that's what you were saying. Mr. 305. I got you now. 250 people watching. We are 100 subscribers away from a massive milestone at the channel, 56,000. If you are not subscribed, please do so. There's one. We are going to bring you daily Miami Dolphins coverage. Live shows will hopefully be returning soon on a weekly basis. And then obviously when we get to August and September and the full 2024 Miami Dolphins season rolls around, we are going to have watch parties and have the best coverage on YouTube surrounding the Dolphins. So join the channel today. I'm Nick Roloff. I'm pumped to be here and cover the Dolphins here at the channel. We're also going to cover every pick the Dolphins make for the rest of the draft and have UDFAs as well, as there's going to be a lot of moves made. And listen, free agency will be kind of crazy after the draft too, because you'll likely see Odell Beckham Jr. or Tyler Boyd be someone that gets targeted by Chris Grier. We'll have it all. Subscribe today. We lost 2 subscribers. The trolls, man. The trolls who unsubscribe when you put up the live sub count, they kill me. All right, we got one back, though. Got one back. That's all that matters. Bobby says Dolphins fan since 76. I love that. John says I'm a Saints fan also. So you're a fan of the Dolphins and Saints? Oh, no. DeLon Wright isn't playing today from the Heat. If you're a Heat fan, no DeLon Wright. Gotta send out a tweet here on DeLon Wright. It's a big loss for Miami. That's disappointing, man. That is disappointing. Duncan's in the chat. What's up, Duncan? We're just talking about DeLon Wright not being in the game for the matchup against the Celtics today, Duncan. So they get there. Duncan, are you a Cowboys fan, Duncan? I didn't know if you were or not. How do you like the Cowboys draft? I love Cooper Beebe. That was a good pick. The linebacker from Notre Dame, Leofau, I believe is how you say it. Don't know if I like that pick. Don't know if I like that. But good to see Duncan in the chat. Good to see Duncan in the chat. Can we have a party rolling? Duncan, you roll around. You know, like to have a party. 20. You know what? Someone sends a $20 super chat. I'm chugging my happy dad. I've already taken a couple sips for the $5 we got on. $20 super chat. I'm chugging my happy dad. If you want to get on the show, no matter what distance or how much you send in, you will get in with a super chat. We'll talk about if you want a question about the Dolphins, question about a prospect, I'll break down. We are about 18 picks away from Miami's next selection. We'll have it all covered for you here at Dolphins Today. So super chat gets you on screen. And like I said, $20 super chat. I'm chugging my beer. Let's go. Let's celebrate the people getting drafted to Miami today. Let's celebrate these guys. Big day for them. Obviously, if you're just joining us for the first time, 240 people watching, Jaylen Wright was the lone selection made today by the Dolphins. He running back from Tennessee. The Dolphins traded a 2025 third-round pick. They are slotted and projected to have 3 third-round picks next year because of 2 comp picks. So I actually like the move. I like the move. They move up. They get their guy, add another weapon to the offense. I can't complain. Running back from Tennessee. Looks like Cam Hart just went. Another question for the people here, though. What position should Miami draft in the next pick? What position? 5th round, pick 158, assuming they don't trade out of it. What position? Offensive line, defensive tackle, wide receiver, double down on an edge. They already took Chop Robinson. What are you guys thinking? The Bills are on the clock. Oh no, the Bills just took our guy. Fuck. Sorry for cussing. Guys, the Bills made a good pick. This sucks. Bills took Van Pran. That blows. Not going to lie, that blows. That's not good. Ugh. I hate when your enemy does good things. I hate when your most hated does a good move. Because that's a good pick. Damn it. Matthew says O-line. Wide receiver from Michael and Vivian. O-line from Intangible and Carlos. Joseph says defensive tackle. Sherry May says O-lineman. Gary says linebacker, safety, or lineman. I'll be happy. Linebacker, safety, or offensive lineman. Scott says RB when he has massive holes. The running back pick was. Listen, here's my. We'll dive more into it in a little bit, but here's another thought of mine when it comes to the Jaylen Wright pick. He is a really good player. He is. He's a fantastic running back. He's very, very fast. 4.38 40. You got him at a great value because he was projected to be a top 100 pick. You got him at 140 or 120, excuse me. But it just wasn't the biggest position of need. There was other positions that Miami could have probably filled, and they weren't able to do so because they went running back. Listen, great player. I'm not hating the player. I'm just surprised they went to the running back. Duncan with a $20 super chat. Jerry Jones says Zeke is RB1 in Dallas. I'll lose my mind. How is the Dolphins draft? Good luck tonight. Well, Duncan, I appreciate you being a real one and wishing me good luck. Good luck to you as well, my good friend. The Dolphins draft, good question, Duncan, as you're coming in. They've only made 3 picks so far. Round 1, pick 21, Chop Robinson. Round 2, pick 55, Patrick Paul. And then round 4, pick 120, Jaylen Wright, the running back from Tennessee. I don't think it's the best draft. I don't think it's the worst draft. There's been some. I'd say Jaylen Wright's a shocking pick. But they've got. I also like the Patrick Paul pick. We'll have a full video of the Dolphins draft grades at the end of the draft today. We'll have that later on today. But I would go a B-, C+ draft right now. Like, I think Jaylen Wright's a B- pick. I think B, Patrick Paul, and I thought C+ for Chop Robinson. So don't think it's anything crazy. I just kind of think it's stuck in the middle there. But shout out to Duncan for the $20 super chat. I promised a beer chug, so here we go. It's harder to chug out of this. I don't have a beer bong on me, so I'm just gonna have to chug out of here. So it's not gonna be the quickest time, because if you've watched the Heat Report before, or seen me chug on a different channel, you know I can go quick, but it's kind of hard to do that out of here. So shout out to Duncan for the $20 super chat. Intangibles says chugging cans. It's easy to chug cans when you shotgun it. When you're chugging out of here, I don't find that easy. I don't find that easy. Maybe it's just me. But here we go. Oh. Oh. See people saying go, go, go. Appreciate the encouragement there. Listen, I know drinking on the channel might be actually a new feeling for you guys, because I'm thinking about the prior host. Like, I don't think Ritma drank a lot, right? You guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but he didn't drink a lot on the channel, right? Will did they drink a lot? Will didn't drink a lot. I know that. Did Ritma do it? He drank coffee. I don't remember what Ritma did total. I know Will did a lot of other things. The occasional boot, some shots, but I don't think Ritma drank a lot. Listen, whatever you guys want. Like I always say, like I'm not gonna force drinking on the channel to you guys. It's just an offer I give. If you guys, when you send in your donations, which are greatly appreciated to keep the channel alive and keep it growing, and bring you guys more content with more super chats, like, and have created more fun atmosphere on stream too. Like, whatever you guys want to do, like whatever brings you guys entertainment. I just know a lot of people across chat sports like to see us take down drinks, because I know you guys are drinking at home at times, so we can have that shared moment. Sherry May would get lit and fired up. Matt says maybe the Dolphins. I don't think Lauderay, Jack Lauderay, who you're referencing to, I don't think he drank that much. He's not the biggest drinker. Not the biggest drinker. Boot in the suit, though. Boot in the suit. Boot in the suit. Well, but you know what? I think the Dolphins suit is still here at Chat Sports. We might have to bring that out one day. We'll bring it out one day. I don't think today's the day to bring it out, but one day it will return. One day it will return. Oh, interesting pick here. Anthony Gold, the wide receiver from Oregon State, goes off the board. Interesting. Very interesting pick there. Scott says, "Smoke, Joe. We can't smoke on screen. We can't smoke on screen. We can't do that." Chugs, yeah, Chugs. I know produced with Ritma. He drank. Chugs is a drinker. Maybe he did the boot in the suit. Maybe you're thinking of Chugs. Eastwood says Joe Milton to the Fins. Intriguing. Got to be honest, it's intriguing. Joe Milton is a physical specimen. He actually has the biggest arm in this draft. I'm not even kidding. Like, he can throw the ball the furthest and probably can get the most velocity on of his throw. He would be intriguing, man. Get him in here as a developmental quarterback. Maybe run some wildcat sets for him if you want to get nuts. The current quarterbacks on the roster for Miami, obviously Tua, Skylar Thompson, and Mike White. Listen, you bring in Joe Milton as a developmental third guy. You let Mike White and Skylar Thompson compete. Whoever wins that job is the backup, and then Milton is your third QB that is a developmental guy and is on the practice squad. I would take the shot. You have 2 6th-round picks and a 7th. I'd take the shot there. I would not take him with the upcoming pick in the 5th round. I'd take a shot in Milton in the 6th. I'll take a shot. Take a shot on him. I don't hate it. But if you were to take a shot on a quarterback, could you do Spencer Rattler? Rattler's still on the board. Rattler at 158? That'd be intriguing. What do you guys thought on Rattler? You guys like Rattler? Jordan Travis says Matthew Dillard. Carlos says, take a shot with the boy Chase Sr. Chase Sr. is our guy. He's my guy. He's my guy for sure. I'm not saying Rattler at 158. I wouldn't take him at 158. I'm just asking you guys if you would think about taking him at 158. Just. I don't want to draft a quarterback. I'd be intrigued by Milton in the 6th or 7th, but I was just asking about Rattler, man, because he's an intriguing prospect. People are saying no on Rattler. They're pushing back on that. Okay. No Rattler. I get it. The Dolphins fans are not a fan of Spencer Rattler, which kind of points to me, Rattler the pick at 158. I'm just kidding. Hopefully not. I'll tell you what, Christian Mahogany's still on the board, the offensive guard from Boston College. That's my number one guy. I think we're officially on Christian Mahogany watch. We're on Christian Mahogany watch. Are you guys with me? I want Mahogany. No, Patty Mills is going to play for the Heat tonight? That stinks. Ready for this? More information on Tennessee running back Jaylen Wright, who the Dolphins picked at 120. 91.0 grade in 2023, which is the top SEC prospect. He is one of the best prospects at the running back position in pass protection, according to some of these analysts. He's only 21. He's young and not a lot of experience in college, which means he's going to have a lot of tread on the tires. I know it's not the biggest position of need for the Dolphins, but this is a good prospect. It's a good prospect. And if he's going to be able to help Tua in the passing game, whether it be blocking, whether it be running routes, I'm in. Mike Segura says, how about you start wearing some fin swag? We'll get there. Listen, I'm a diehard Heat fan as well, Mike. And the Heat, I know the draft is today, and we're on Dolphins Today as we're currently speaking, but the Miami Heat have an unbelievably big game in about 3.5 hours. I'm repping the Heat tonight. If you aren't a Heat fan, I'm sorry that you have to see me wearing a Heat fan, but I know a lot of people are the Miami Heat and Miami Dolphins, so I'm rocking with the Heat today. I do not like the Marlins. I'm sorry, I do not like the Marlins. I told you I was born in Rochester, New York. My dad was born in Queens, so I know they're a rival of the Marlins, but I am a Mets fan. My dad was born in Queens. I don't know what to tell you. It was passed on to me. We'll get Dolphins gear. Don't you guys worry. Like I said, the NBA playoffs are here. The Heat are playing today. I'm representing them just for today. We'll get Dolphins gear going forward, guys. Don't you worry. Miami Lifer says go Heat all day, every day. If you didn't know, by the way, Miami Lifer, do host the Heat Report, another channel here at Chat Sports. I am now the host of Dolphins Today and the Heat Report, so we're going to have everything Miami. I'm a Heat fan. We'll be live for the Heat-Celtics game later today as well. So we're going to have everything covered here at Dolphins Today and the Heat Report. Ooh, looks like... Wait, the Bears traded up. The Bears are picking. Appreciate that, Matthew. Appreciate that. Oh, you listen on Spotify? Really? We do put out some videos on podcast form, I think. Carlos says, who are you picking with the next pick, Rolly? If it was up to me, I would take Christian Mahogany, the offensive guard from Boston College. That would be my pick. But that's a good question for you guys. Like, I know you guys might want to see who I pick, but who is on your board? Who is the top player on your board? You got a name? I know we're late in the draft process, and you guys might not have anyone, but you guys got anyone specific? Guys, got anyone specific you like? If you do, let me know. If you do, let me know. Matthews is a guard or a center. Well, Mahogany would fill that. He's an offensive guard. Jermaine Burton, he went to the Bengals at pick 80, so he's off. He's off. Matt Farm says, I feel bad you grew up in Rochester. I live an hour from there. Try not to go there. Yeah, Rochester stinks. I will openly, no, Matt Farms, I have no problem admitting. I've been on record on a lot of different streams saying I hate Rochester, New York. And now I live in Dallas, Texas, because that's where Chat Sports is. I despise my hometown. I do not like that. Mason McCormick, I believe, has been picked, Stevie. Believe he has been picked. Don't remember by who, but let me look up. I think he's been picked. But that would have been a good pick. Oh my God, the Steelers drafted him. The Steelers are just fucking, excuse my language, so good. The Steelers are so good. Brendan Rice is still out there. That's an intriguing name. Jarvis Brownlee, says Chris Brewer. I would say right now, I would like to go with Christian Mahogany. Larry says Bew Limmer, the offensive lineman from Arkansas. He's our second-ranked offensive lineman left, I believe, on the interior at least. James Williams went Matthew Dillard. He went as well. He went safety out of Oregon. I forgot what team landed him, but I think it was the Packers who took him, actually. I think it was the Packers. Oh, the Bears take Austin Booker, the edge from Kansas, after trading up. Sanders. Linebacker Sanders? I'm trying to think of what linebacker you're talking about here, Joe. That's who I'm rocking with. I'm rocking with Mahogany, and as long as he's on the board, that's who I think the Dolphins should take. I'm about to tweet it. Draft Christian Mahogany. Make sure I spell his name right here. I don't want to botch his name. Christian Mahogany is my top guy, though. I mean, because you need an offensive guard, and I thought he was going to go in round 3, and I could argue he could have been a round 2 player as well. See, there's also Satawa Loamia, the offensive guard from Utah. I wouldn't hate that. I just prefer Mahogany. You know, this is actually a good time for me to potentially plug my Twitter because, well, I'll tell you what. You guys need to get following me if you want to be up to date on Miami sports because I'll have it covered with the Heat. If you're a Heat fan, the Dolphins, we'll have it all. And if you want to be covered on the Miami Heat and Dolphins, make sure you follow me on Twitter. And I'm going to give shout-outs. I'm going to put this tweet in the chat. This is the tweet that I just sent that said draft Christian Mahogany, and I added the Miami Dolphins. Every person who likes or retweets that tweet, I'm going to give you a shout-out on the show. And also follow me as well because we're going to be tweeting about the Dolphins a lot more. I put out a couple of videos on my Twitter talking about who the Dolphins could target in round 1 and round 2. So follow me on Twitter. Give some love to that tweet, and I'll give you a shout-out on today's show. Let me try to find. I think I have this in here. Thought I did at least. Thought I did. Maybe not, but we'll get it up there. Bang. There we go. Gibby says it's pretty accurate, my guy. Who are the best guards left? The best guards left are, let me pull up the list again. Satawa Laumia out of Utah, Christian Mahogany. A Miami guy, Javian Cohen, Dylan McMahon from NC State, Julian Pearl from Illinois. If I got to be honest, though, I think there's a pretty clear drop-off. Full transparency, I think there's a pretty clear drop-off between the top 2 guys. Satawa Laumia from Utah and Christian Mahogany from Boston College. After those 2 guys, I think it's a drop-off. So I'd actually be willing, as wide receiver goes, as Miami's up in about 10 to 12 picks, I would go Mahogany or Laumia as my top two guys. One of those two at 158. If they are gone, I wouldn't hate a Brendan Rice. I wouldn't hate a Johnny Wilson. So that's kind of how I'm viewing the next Dolphins pick. That's how I'm viewing it. There's also there's that one wide receiver, Malik Washington from Virginia. From Virginia. See if anyone gave me any love on Twitter. Let's see here. We got Sherry May giving me a follow. Shout out to Sherry May. We got Trey Harderson as well. Appreciate you. Sherry May showed some love to the tweet. Jay the Fox. I don't know if he's in the building, but Jay the Fox is a real one. Anthony de Gasparis, if I said your name right, hopefully. Yeah, follow me on Twitter. Links in the chat for my latest tweet. Show love to that. I'll give you a shout out. And also, follow me because we're going to have you covered on the latest surrounding the Miami Dolphins. You see it on screen. That's the thing. I see someone asking for the best available defensive tackle. We'll get that, Gibby. We got Mekhi Wingo out of LSU, Tyler Davis from Clemson, Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa, another Miami Hurricane, Leonard Taylor, and then Marcus Harris is that fifth guy. If the way the board is falling right now, if you want my opinion, I think the Dolphins should go after Laumea from Utah, Mahogany from Boston College at offensive guard. If not, go to Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, or Johnny Wilson at wide receiver. Those would be my picks. So if you want my opinion on who the Dolphins should draft at 58, as we are about 11 picks away from them being back up on the clock, those are my guys. Those are my guys. Milton did not go yet. Thank you, Sherry May. Appreciate you. Shout out to you. You're a legend, Sherry May. You're a legend. I know you've been with the channel for a while. Appreciate it. Ooh, Chris Abrams Drain just went to the Broncos. It's a good pick. Broncos are on the clock again, too, though. Broncos are on the clock again. Austin Booker, the edge from Kansas, going in round 5 to Chicago. That's a good pick for the Bears, too. I like Booker. Thought he was going to go around 4. Scott says, enjoy the show. I lost interest in this draft. Terrible Grier. I'm out. Well, Scott, make sure you're subscribed at least. So if you enjoy this show, well, we'll be back with a lot more shows. So don't you worry. I know a lot of people are asking about Jarvis Brownlee, the cornerback from Louisville. Unfortunately, he just got drafted. He went to the Tennessee Titans at pick 146. 146. So he's off the board. He says Christian Jones, that a QB. Christian Jones, yeah, he's an offensive tackle from Texas. I don't know if he can play guard. I'd have to do more research on that. But if the Dolphins felt comfortable moving him inside, 6'5", 305, maybe. I'll tell you what, if Chris Grier felt comfortable moving Christian Jones, the offensive tackle from Texas, to guard, I would be cool with that pick. I'd be cool because that was a guy many people believe would be taken in the top 100 of this draft. So I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that one bit. Matthews going for the University of Miami guy. Taylor, yeah. Cletus, the Dolphins are picking at 158. They pick in 11 picks here in the 5th round, and then they select 2 times in the 6th. We got 6th round picks at, want to make sure I got the right numbers here, 184 and 198. 184 and 198. So 2 picks there. Gotcha, Cletus. Yes, Michael Lombardo. Shipley did go. See if anyone else followed me on Twitter. Frank Nelson, Music Meister. I'm showing some love on that tweet. No, only Sherry May, new follow. Only Sherry May. Sherry May's a legend, though. Sherry May's a legend. All right, let's make a deal here. I'm trying to think of a deal that we could have to make this a party here. 240 people watching. We've had 3,500 people tune in throughout the day, which honestly, that's pretty good. I didn't know what to expect. We weren't live. We haven't been live for a while. There's been a lot of movement at the channel with Ritma in, Downey out in, or Ritma out, Downey in, Downey out, Rolly in. Let's check back. Check back here. Okay. So I did some digging. And last year during the NFL draft, when it was actually still hosted by Chat Scott, believe it or not. Shout out to Willie Finns. Willie Finns was the man. They went live on day 2 of the NFL draft. That was the only time they went live. They got $253 in super chats. Right now, we have $30 in total. I know it's something that hasn't been done a lot on the channel, but if we beat last year's super chat total of 253, and if we beat last year's record in super chat, I will do a beer boot. Yes, you heard that correctly. I will do it. I'll do a boot. That is 3 beers at once. I will do a beer boot if we somehow top $253 in super chats today. We're at 30 right now. So we have a long way to go, but we're also going to be live for another probably hour. Live for another hour because we're going to stay live through the 2 picks Miami make in the 6th round, and then we're going to sign off. We're going to sign off at the end of the 6th round after the Dolphins make their 2 picks at 184 and 198 because I have to shift to going live on the Heat Report by Chat Sports for the Celtics Heat game tonight. So we'll stay live through round 6. Then we'll go live for that game. But we will come back, I think, during halftime of the Heat game. I'm going to film the Dolphins draft video so to break down every pick the Dolphins made in the draft and give them a full grade. Mr. 305 says Bears now clears. Listen, we're a smaller channel here at Dolphins Today, Mr. 305. We're going to grind. We're grinding. But no need to hate, Mr. 305. Show some love. Come on. Daniel says he wants an offensive lineman. Need the big fish on the offensive line. I couldn't agree more. Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker from Ohio State, picked by the Las Vegas Raiders at 148. It's going to be a lot more difficult to keep track of these picks because they're not really talking about every single one on TV anymore. They're not. Ooh, interesting. See, if anyone wants to help us beat this record, I'm doing a beer boot if we beat last year's record of 258. 253, excuse me. Shipley went to the Eagles, Lombardo. I believe Will Shipley, the Clemson running back, got taken by the Eagles in round 5? Or was it round 4? It might have been round 4. I think it was a round ago. About a week ago. Ty Man, you want it, Tommy? I mean, I know you're an Ohio State fan, so. I know you're an Ohio State fan. I agree, Intangible. If Mr. 305 wants to talk so much crap, he should send a $200 super chat to get us to this record. Prove that Bears Now is better. I think you got to prove Bears Now is better. We had the legend himself, Chad Jones, tune in earlier today. Looks like he tuned out. Brian Aycock, who's I'm learning is a legend at the channel. That's what I have to learn. As a new host here, I feel confident with my knowledge base on the Miami Dolphins. I feel pretty good about that. But I need to get my knowledge base on Dolphins Today viewers. I know Sherry May's a real one. I'm learning that Intangible is a real one. I know everybody in the chat right now is a real one. But I got to learn who our big-time donators are. It sounds like Brian Aycock's one. I know Chad Jones is because I've had experience with him. But I need to get more acclimated. And that's what I'm more excited about for the rest of this offseason. Getting acclimated with some of the Dolphins fans, man. Yeah, you do get carried. Torrey wants a wide receiver. I wouldn't hate Brendan Rice. I mean, I said it earlier, I wouldn't love it, but I wouldn't hate it. At the same time. other top wide receivers out there. I think Malik Washington is still there, the wide receiver from Virginia. Maybe I missed him getting picked. No, he's still there. I would like Malik Washington. I think I would have, if you told me Chris Grier is taking a wide receiver with the next pick, I think Malik Washington would be my top guy. Be my top guy. Be a top guy at that position. But as I say, Christian Mahogany is the one I want the most. Every Noodle says was surprised that the Raiders didn't get Rattler. It did feel like Rattler to the Raiders makes sense. It still can. Still can happen. Still can happen. Intangible says I started Reap Mania. What is that? What is Reap Mania? What is that? What does that entail? Cletus is giving me a follow on Twitter. Shout out to you, Cletus. Appreciate following me. You won't regret it. We'll have you covered on everything Miami, Cletus. We'll have you covered. We'll have you covered. I will say this as we go back to the Jaylen Wright pick and try to cycle back to the Dolphins selection they made at pick 120 after trading up. This kind of does feel like you're getting rid of Jeff Wilson, right? Right? I mean, there's no way that you're carrying all four of those guys. I mean, that would be kind of crazy. I just don't feel like that would be a smart decision by Miami to carry all four. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But I would imagine they head out and it's going to be a three-man. Listen, you're going to carry more than three running backs, but why carry Jeff Wilson? I think you got to get rid of him, right? I'm cool with having Selvin Ahmed as your fourth guy, special teamer. Chris Brooks is there as well. But I feel like Jeff Wilson's cut. Might be cut. Maybe they trade him for a seventh, something like that. But I'd imagine Jeff Wilson's off the roster. That's what I would imagine. What's up, Falco? Nice to see you, man. You're saying I hope the Colts take Christian Mahogany before you. I hope not. You guys are almost on the clock. But I really want Mahogany on Miami. That'd be a perfect fit. Charles, you thought Mostert would be gone? No chance the Dolphins get rid of Mostert. No chance. To me, you're just going to see a three-headed monster of Achane, Mostert, and Jaylen Wright. Those are your three backs, and then if one is injured and misses a game, well, guess what? You still have two that are very capable. Then you have Ahmed and probably Brooks as your fourth and fifth guy to be special teamers / depth if absolutely necessary. Oh my God, Spencer Rattler just got drafted. Who took him? Who took him? The Saints! Oh, the Saints took Rattler! The Saints took Rattler! Oh, look at that pick. The Saints took Rattler, and we're officially under 10 picks away from the Dolphins being underway. Let's go. Let's go. Who's the best player left on the board? Who's the best player left on the board? Many could say it was Spencer Rattler, but he's gone. The South Carolina quarterback, the former five-star recruit, is going to New Orleans. Intriguing prospect finds a home there as the Colts, I believe, are on the clock now. 151. Dolphins coming up just soon. No, Jeff, the reason I want to go with offensive lineman on the interior, I lean Christian Mahogany, but I'm also a big fan of, I botch his name all the time, but Satawa Lauamia, the offensive lineman from Utah. I think that'd be a good fit. The pick could also be wide receiver to get a third guy alongside Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Waddle. Malik Washington from Virginia would be my top guy. Brendan Rice, the son of Jerry Rice, is intriguing out of USC. Johnny Wilson would also be an intriguing name, a big-bodied wide receiver from Florida State. But I like Mahogany, man. I like Mahogany. Don't think the biggest need for Miami is linebacker. And listen, at this point in the draft on day 3, you're not drafting for need. You're drafting just talent. We'll see, though. David Long Jr., Jordan Brooks, Anthony Walker. Like, I like that I like that trio of linebackers for Miami. I'm a big fan of David Long. I am. I liked him at Tennessee before he moved over last season for Miami. I'm a big fan of David Long. I like Long, man. You think it's going to be easy as wide receiver 3? Here's my take on the wide receiver 3 spot for Miami. To me, they're either drafting one here and hoping that rookie pans out, or they're signing one of Tyler Boyd and Odell Beckham Jr. to be wide receiver 3. Then you have Braxton Berrios as a special teamer, and him being Berrios an easy fight for that 4-5. That's kind of how I view it. But if they pass on wide receiver here, I think they're going to go the experienced veteran route at wide receiver 3. That's kind of how I see it shaking out. Joe Milton would be a bad pick at this spot. Milton in the 6th round. Dolphins have 2 6th. I would take the shot on him there. Taking him here would be a bad one. Bad one. I don't like Milton here. I'd be intrigued with Milton later, but not now. Not now. Dolphins are coming up. The pick's in for the Colts. Jeff, if you're still in the building, I'll announce it live for you, kid. And it is Jaylen Carley's. I don't know what position or school he went to. I don't remember ever reading that name in the draft prep. I got to be fully transparent. I don't remember reading that name in the draft prep. It's a safety from Missouri. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he says who? Jaylen Carley, safety from Missouri, going to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 151. No clue who that is. Absolutely no clue. Listen, we do a lot of draft prep here at Chat Sports. We have graphics made for almost damn near prospect. Let me give you guys a special though. Here's a little peel behind the curtain. You see this guy right here, Spencer Rattler, and see how he has a nice crisp picture? That's like a nice little action shot. And then here's Jaylen Carley, who just won, who has a headshot. If you have a headshot, that means you're not that good of a player. Because our guy, Sam Brown, who does all the photos for the draft process, he's a legend. Shout out Sam Brown. If you are worthy enough that we think you're going to go in the draft high or at least early and be a good player, you get a big camp photo like you saw with Spencer Rattler. So Jaylen Carley's doesn't get that. We're close to being on the clock, though, folks. 152 for the Eagles, 158 coming up for Miami, so about 6 picks away. Yeah, Jaylen. I mean, Jaylen's a quite popular name. They do need DB help, Jeff. They didn't take it in the first round. I really thought, honestly, the Colts, you know my thoughts on Leatu Latu. Think he's a good ball player. I just don't think he was deserving of being the first defensive player taken. I thought they would have went, honestly, Quinion or Tarian there. Obviously, Quinion fell to 22, Tarian to 24. I thought that would have been a good spot to take one of the 2 corners. That's what I'll say. Kurt says, I'm OG, bro. Been here since Mitchell Renz. No shit, Kurt. That is as OG as it gets, dude. Miami Mitch is crazy. Eastside says, Pratt's on the board. Yes. Michael Pratt, the Tulane quarterback, is still out there. Jalen Roloff, I don't hate the name. I don't hate the name. We do have a little tick up in audience. 255 people watching here as the Dolphins are set to make another selection in the NFL draft. If you want more Miami Dolphins coverage in the offseason leading up to the NFL season in the fall, hit that sub button. We are under 100 away from a massive milestone at the channel at 56,000 subscribers. Join it right now, folks. Come on. Hit that sub button. We get to 56,000 subscribers on today's show. I'll chug another beer. If we get 56K. It's tough, but come on. Okay. Who are the best vets out there, Jeff? Honestly, if they're okay with the Cam Sutton legal situation, I wouldn't hate that for them. Wouldn't hate that for the Colts. Rochester roll-off, baby. Hell yeah, intangible. How about that? Next pick is in. Anis Smith, the wide receiver from Texas A&M, off the board here to Philadelphia at 152. And we inch closer and closer to Miami at 158. Jacksonville's currently on the clock. Yeah, wow, Bill remembers it too. What about our corners? I like the cornerback room. It's a veteran group, obviously led by Jaylen Ramsey. They signed Kendall Fuller in free agency after Xavier Howard leaving. Maybe this is just me. I have hopes for Cam Smith, the second-year man from South Carolina, having a more improved role in 2024. Didn't play a lot in 2023. I'm hoping that Cam Smith, who was a day 2 selection last year, will be able to provide some nice things for Miami. You obviously have Kader Kohu in that nickel role. You have Nick Needham as well. I think the cornerback room for Miami is pretty solid, right? You have Ramsey, you have Fuller as your 2 boundary guys, but they can float around. You have Kohu as your nickel. You have Cam Smith and Nick Needham as your 2 depth pieces on the boundary. I like the quarterback room for Miami. I do. I'm cool with that. I don't really think there will be any more adjustments going forward at that position. By the way, I also love Kendall Fuller. Moving on from Xavier Howard was tough, but Fuller was a steal. His contract is an absolute steal. I thought he was going to get way more money than he did. It was a great deal for the Dolphins. I think without a doubt. Quandre Diggs, okay. Justin Simmons, I would like Justin Simmons for Miami, honestly, as a third safety to move around Javon Holland, move around and Jordan Poyer as well. I'd like that pick or signing for Miami. Jaylen Wright hit 22.2 miles per hour against the Georgia Bulldogs when he had a 75-yard touchdown. 210-pound running back. This guy can fly, folks. Jaylen Wright, the pick in the 4th round for Miami. I know a lot of people were shocked they went running back, but this dude is a burner. And the Dolphins just continue to add, man. All right, see you, Falco. Appreciate you hanging in with us here as the Colts made a pick. Have a nice Saturday, Jeff. I think they could afford Simmons. I think they could. Like, I don't know what are they gonna get? What are they gonna get? What is Simmons gonna get? Jay Baby's wanting Joe Milton. Listen, I don't hate Milton. Jay Baby also says Cam Smith to safety. I wouldn't hate moving one of the corners to safety, see if they can do it, be that third guy alongside Holland and Poyer, as I mentioned. I know some people have said that Jaylen Ramsey should make the switch. I don't think that is a smart move because if you move Jaylen Ramsey to safety and have that 3 safety set, then you're still missing an outside corner. So I wouldn't do that. Yeah, Vic Fangio did not have a good season with the Dolphins. That is for sure. How about the Magic are up 18 on the Cavs? Both those teams just beating up on each other in their home arenas. If you're a Heat fan, intriguing to note that Donovan Mitchell's Cavs struggling. I tell you what, the more I think about it, the more I like the pick with Jaylen Wright at 120. The more I think about it. Like, just go back to last year. How many times, especially at the end of the season, that Miami didn't have a running back because of injuries? I like the pick, man. I like the pick. Kyle Yates called it too. Shout out to him. When the When Field Yates announced the Eagles traded the pick to the Dolphins, he said, "Watch this be Jaylen Wright," and he just absolutely nailed it. And if you've noticed one thing throughout this draft process for Miami so far, guys, what has been a key? The Dolphins had a lot of injuries last year to the offensive lineman room. They had a lot of injuries to the edge room with Jalen Phillips and Chubb, and a lot of injuries to the running back room. So I know maybe you needed to get, if you wanted starters, those are not the positions of need, but to get depth and insurance in a room to make sure that you aren't going to be dealing with a shit ton of injuries. They have depth at those three positions now. That's one thing that I can confidently say. I can confidently say they have depth at some positions that struggled with injuries last year. They do. They do. New pick in here at 153, DeAndre Prince, the corner from Ole Miss, heading to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, as you see, the Dolphins officially up on the next queue. 4 picks away. Rams on the clock. Indy again. Cleveland and Carolina, and then Miami. Our guy, Christian Mahogany's still there, folks. I need it bad. I need it bad. I need it bad. Give me Mahogany, dude. Come on. Come on. Come on. EGM, good point. Good positions to have depth at. Absolutely. Oh, no, the Eagles just traded up to 155. That's the next pick. Oh, the pick is in for the Rams. It's Brennan Jackson, so we dodge another bullet. If Chris Grier wants Mahogany or Laumia, we're dodging bullets. We're dodging bullets. We're dodging bullets. We're close, folks. The Colts just traded this pick. It is now Jeff tuned back in to see who the Colts pick. They 155 for 164 and 201, Jeff, by the way. So since I know you're a Colts fan. 155 for 161 and 204. 164, excuse me. Just so you know. 300 people watching. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. We're damn close to the Dolphins making another selection. Join the channel. We'll have live coverage for the rest of the 6th round and 5th round, and the picks that Miami makes throughout the draft and post-draft as well. You know what? As the Dolphins are about to pick, let's get the MIA spamming. Get the comment section flooded. Over 300 people. Spam MIA for the Dolphins. Come on. Oh, Jeremiah Trotter off the board to the Eagles. That's a good pick. They just make good picks in Philly, man. That's all they do. That's all they do. That's all they do. And now the Dolphins are really close to being on the clock as we're 156 to the Browns. Spam the MIAs. I'm giving shout-outs. Spam them. Every Noodle, Kurt, Matthew Dillard, Jermaine, Tyman, Franklin, Intangible, Ralph, Michael Wright, Kristen, Michael, Bobby, Gibby. Spam those MIAs. Let's go. Whoa! Whoa! A trade! But it's a player trade. The Broncos are trading for John Franklin Myers, the defensive end for the New York Jets. He started 50 games for New York, now going to Denver for 2026 6th round pick. 2026? What? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. 2026 6th round pick is crazy. We're almost up, and we're spamming MIA. Sherry Maybe, Jay Baby, Bill, Mike Ice, John, Michael, Bill, Matt Farms, Dwight, Gary. Let's go. Spam the MIAs. The Dolphins are about to make a pick. The Dolphins are about to make a pick. I'm getting roll-off spam from Intangible. I'm in. It's cool with me if you want to spam my name. But let's go. Who we taking? Mahogany he's there. If Mahogany doesn't go, or our guy from Utah, Laumea, the Dolphins could potentially have their pick of which one Or at least you could guarantee one of them being there. Come on. Come on. We escaped Cleveland. Don't snipe us, Cleveland. They already took Zach Zinter in the day 2. I don't think they'll go interior offensive line again. So I got to be honest. I think that the Dolphins are going to be able to pick one of Laumea or Mahogany if they want to. It's just a matter if they like them. It's a matter if they like them. We're close for the Dolphins being available, though. We're close to being on the clock. Who we want? Who we want? Matt Farms want Jerry Rice kid Brendan Rice. A wide receiver is off the board to the Browns at 156. It is not Brendan Rice. It is Jamari Thrash, the wide receiver from Louisville, which guarantees that Miami could pick one of Mahogany and Laumea. We're up next. That's the wrong one. We're up next. The Browns just made their pick. You see it on screen. Jamari Thrash, the wide receiver from Louisville. The Panthers are on the clock. Miami's on deck. Spam those MIAs. Let's go, Dolphins. We're about to be on the clock. Who we want? Who we want? I want Mahogany. I want Mahogany. We get Mahogany, I'll go nuts. I'll go nuts. JB says, you were right, Primo. I like that. I appreciate that. That's why I subscribe. Is Primo a person, or did I say something? Rioli. That's really close to Rolly. I don't see a Primo, so maybe that was a typo or something. Spam those MIAs. We're almost about to make a pick. Let's go. Who else is live for the Dolphins picks? We'll also have coverage for both picks made because we talked about Jaylen Wright, but after this pick is made at 158, we're going to do a full breakdown of that pick as well as Jaylen Wright that will go on the channel a little bit later. Aaron Wilson says Jaguars took this cornerback. Yeah, that happened a year ago. What is Aaron Wilson doing? Come on. Who we taking? Who we taking? Round 5, pick 158. Who we taking? Let's go. Let's go. I want Mahogany, man. I want it. I want it bad. I've been trying to spew this for some time now. Gutta says Brendan Rice. I don't hate Brendan Rice. I wouldn't be upset with it for sure. I just think Mahogany, the offensive guard from Boston College, can legitimately be a starter week 1 for the Miami Dolphins at right guard. I think he could come in and push Robert Jones for that position and replace Robert Hunt at right guard. Come on. Mahogany is an offensive guard, offensive lineman, Tory. Went to Boston College. I thought he was going to be a day 2 pick. I thought he was going to go late 2nd round, early 3rd round. I'm not even shitting you. I had him, at Chat Sports, we had him about the 80th prospect. I wouldn't have been surprised if he went in the 70s. All right, the Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins are on the clock. The Panthers just put in their pick. It's Chow Smith-Wade, the cornerback from the Washington State Cougars. Miami's on the clock. We're on the clock. Come on. Come on. Hit the thumbs up icon. We're 7 likes away from 200. We're on the clock. Come on. Who we taking? Who we taking? Come on. Come on. I'm pumped. Who we getting? Who we getting? Give me Mahogany, man. He's on the board. He's on the board. He's on the board. Dude, if we get him, I'll be freaking amped. I'd be amped. Chow Smith-Wade was the pick at 157. Here we go. We're on the clock, baby. On the clock. On the clock. Ooh, someone said Jaheim Bell, tight end from Florida State. I wouldn't hate that, honestly. I wouldn't hate that. Let me look at the tight ends available. Is he the top guy? I think I actually mocked him to the Dolphins in the 5th round in the final mock draft on Wednesday. Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end from Arizona's there. I wouldn't hate Jaheim Bell. If they want Jaheim Bell, I wouldn't. Actually, position we didn't talk about was Jaheim Bell. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. But I want Mahogany. Oh, the pick is in. Oh, my God, it's actually a good one. Guys, this is unbelievable. Mohamed Kamara, the edge rusher from Colorado State, is the pick for Miami. I know that it's another edge rusher and not a position of need, but because you already took Chop Robinson, but this is an excellent pick. This is a good ball player, folks. This is a good ball player. The pick is in Mohamed Kamara, the edge from Colorado State. I am a big fan of this pick. This is a clearly best available pick. This is not them fishing for a need. As much as I would have liked Mahogany, this is a steal. Many people thought Kamara was going to go in the early portion of 4th round and maybe even late round 3. This is a steal, folks. This is a steal. It might not be the position we wanted, but this is a good ball player. I'm telling you, this is a good ball player. Initial thoughts, grade the pick. I'm telling you, it might not be the most sexy pick in terms of position, but this is a good football player, man. It's a good football player. Harrison says, Mo, Kamar. I'm telling you, this is a good pick. People are going to be upset because it's not a lineman, wide receiver, or tight end, or a defensive tackle, but this is a good pick. He had 13 sacks for the Colorado State Rams last year. I know it was against Colorado, who ended up having an offensive line that was terrible, but he wrecked them in that game. I believe he had 3 sacks. This is a good pick, man. Michael Wright says B. Kurt says C. I know some of you guys wanted Mahogany like I did, or Brendan Rice from USC, but this is a good pick, dude. I'm telling you, don't get it twisted. Grade it below, or if you just want to show love to the newest Miami Dolphin, spam the Mo's. Spam the Mo's. I like it. Spam the Mo's. Spam the Mo's. This is a BPA pick. It's a BPA pick, Mike Ice. Yep, you know it. You know it. See a couple B's rolling in. I'll let you get those comments rolling in, and then we'll dive into the cut. We'll talk about this pick. Yeah, maybe the Dolphins move up. Maybe the Dolphins package those 2 6th-round picks at 184 and 198. Wait, that might not be right. Let me double check. No, I was right the first time. I know ball. 184 and 198. Maybe they package those 2 to move up and grab a guy that they want in the late round 5. Maybe that's a possibility. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. It is. See, F from Stu Cool. It's not an F. C plus from Every Noodle. Mike Ice says B plus. Guys, I get it. You want to hit a wide receiver and you want an offensive lineman, but Mo Kamara is a good player, man. He's a good player. And now you just have a really good rotation of Phillips, Chubb, Shaq Barrett, Chop Robinson, Mo Kamara. I like this group, man. You have 5 edges that I feel confident in going into the season. So if one gets hurt, still got 4. If 2 get hurt, you still got 3. I like the pick. I like the pick. This also might tell you that Jaylen Phillips might not be ready to go in week 1. I know we need a defensive tackle. That was my second position of need. It was my second position of need on the team. First was offensive guard. But I understand getting depth at the edge position, and you get a stud, man. This guy's a stud. Mo Kamara should have been taken way higher than 158. Let me get this tweet out, and then we're going to break this trade out or pick down more in depth. I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. I like it, man. I really do. I do. You need to get after the quarterback in this division, and they're making sure their pass rush is lined up with players. I'll tell you what. All right, we're about to break down this pick as well as the Jaylen Wright selection in just a second. So stay tuned with us as I get this locked and loaded. 1 second, folks. Let me double check what the sponsor is for this piece. I think it's Game Time, but We'll double check. We will double check. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second. We're going to break down both the picks the Dolphins have made so far in just a second. So stay tuned with us. I am Dolphins Today host by Chat Sports, Nick Roloff. Let's get it. And we are about to get into, that would have been bad, into this. Right. So we're at 1:59. So we're basically, or no, is that 59? No, we've been live for 2 hours already. Oh shit, we have. All right, 2-hour live show. We're getting hour number 3 started right now. Pair of selections made thus far on day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft by Chris Grier and company. We'll break down both picks, and we'll start with this one. Jaylen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee. A little bit of a stunner, if you're asking me, as the Dolphins actually traded up to grab the running back from Tennessee. Many people believed he was going to go on day 2 of the draft. People had him as the number 1, number 2 running back. It was really a pick your poison type situation. But the Dolphins evidently take a luxury player here in round 4, and they traded up to do so, which is the part that is the most interesting to me. And I'm not going to knock the pick. A lot of people are going to say the Dolphins gave up too much in this deal. They gave up a 2025 third-round pick. I am not going to come up here and say that it was too much. Why? Because this was viewed, and I say this as the 2024 NFL Draft, as a 4-round draft. It really was. A lot of experts and insiders believed after the 4th round concluded, the drop-off in talent really fell off. So teams were going to be moving up into this 4th round to draft guys that they had on their board. And the Dolphins evidently felt like Wright was a steal, which he is, and they traded a third next year, which doesn't make me upset either, because the Dolphins are going to have, or we're going to have, 3 third-round picks next year. Their own third-round pick, and then 2 comp picks, because they lost in Christian Wilkins in free agency, lost Robert Hunt in free agency, both $100 million plus deals, so they were going to get third-round picks for each of those losses. So they already had a luxury of having multiple third-round picks, which was 3. Now it's down to 2, and they move up to get Jaylen Wright. But I think it's time to talk about his fit with Miami, because I know not a lot of people expected it, and I didn't expect it either. But this is someone who is going to provide another boost to this offense. As you see on screen right now, he's very young, 21, not a lot of tread on his tires, which is something that makes me happy when breaking down a running back coming out of college. He was the 2nd-ranked running back, according to our expert here at Drafts or Chat Sports, Tom Downey, in running back terms, and the 53rd overall prospect. So getting a very favorable grade here, which, if you don't remember, we took him at pick 120, as you see on the bottom of your screen. So if we take this at face value, that's a 70-pick fall and slip for Jaylen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee, and he is just an absolute burner. He possesses freaky speed, and he is going to be someone that can provide more burst and shot plays for Miami. As you see, explosive, fast, dynamic runner who can take the distance at any time. He's also a good pass-catching running back, which I think Miami really values here. They can maybe play him in the slot in different formations, get him out on the outside. 2 career drops, and the part that is also intriguing to me is that he is a good pass blocker as well. He was a plus blocker at Tennessee. I expect him to be on the field quite a bit in passing situations, and this is now maybe the fastest running back room in history when it comes to the NFL. I'm not kidding you. He is so damn quick. Ran a 4.38 at the 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. He joins Raheem Mostert. He joins Devon Achane as well in this running back room, and you are just going to have plenty of speed in the backfield for this Dolphins, led by Tua, Tyreek Hill, and Jaylen Waddle, excuse me. I want you guys to grade the pick for me. Round 4, 120. You can include the trade. If you're upset that Miami traded up for him, I get it. But I think it's a good move because you get more depth. You dealt with a lot of injuries at the running back position a year ago with Mostert and Achane, and now you get another guy with speed and someone who can give you some insurance, but also play on all 3 downs in the passing game. Big fan of this pick. I'd probably early grade, give it a B-, just because you didn't really need the position. But for the player and the value, I think it's a good pick. More on Jaylen Wright, and I have a note here that I want to share with everyone in terms of his speed and the speed of this Dolphins running attack. Like I said, ran a 4.38 40-yard dash at the Combine. Devon Achane clocked in with a 4.32 40-yard dash just a year ago. And then when Raheem Mostert ran the 40-yard dash in 2015, obviously not as quick as he was back when he was a prospect coming out, he ran a 4.34. So you have 3 running backs that are running sub-4.4s. That is flat out ridiculous, folks. Wright's going to be very dynamic playmaker for this Dolphins offense. I get it. Some people wanted to go in a different route, whether it be wide receiver, offensive guard, but he is going to be a very fun player that I'm telling you Dolphins fans are going to fall in love with when we watch him in August and September for this team. Another pick to break down in Kamara coming up in just a second, but we are sponsored by Game Time, the number 1 ticket app, because they just have the best deals possible for you. And they're giving you $20 off when you download the app and create an account and use code CHATSPORTS. There's nothing more frustrating than spending time searching for the best ticket prices, which is why you should give Game Time a shot. They have flash deals and zone deals, which puts butts in seats, and the lowest price guaranteed. So if you're trying to catch a game, concert, or any sporting event in your local area, download Game Time today and use Chat Sports as the code for $20 off your first purchase. It's the best place to find last-minute seats. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code Chat Sports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, but again, create an account and use code CHATSPORTS to get $20 off your first purchase. I appreciate Game Time for sponsoring today's show and Dolphins Today's live stream as well. They're the best ticketing app on the market for a reason. All right, next pick coming in for the Dolphins came at 158. Mohamed Kamara, whose picture is not populating right now for some reason. I apologize to that for Mo. We do have it. The edge out of Colorado State. And I do understand that some people might be upset with this pick. I am not one of them. I get it. There was a lot of needs. And I tweeted out, which you haven't already, follow me on Twitter, at Nick_Roloff, that the Dolphins should draft Christian Mahogany, the offensive guard from Boston College, because I believe he could be a day 1 starter, and getting him in late round 5, early round 6 could be absolutely generational. But Kamara should have been a pick way higher. I think Kamara is more of around that 100 range. I believe here at Chat Sports, we actually had him ranked as a top 100 guy. We're going to double check that here in a second. But this is a value pick and a best player available pick, which to me you could never complain with the best value pick. So we had him ranked as the 13th edge, 132 overall. So same type of thing that you just saw with Jaylen Wright in terms of you're getting someone who we ranked a lot higher, and we're getting value here at 158. Kamara is a terrific player. He absolutely dominated Colorado in the Colorado State game earlier this college season, and he flashed in 2023. He had 13 sacks for the Colorado State Rams in 2023. He's a very productive player, and bringing him in as your 4th or 5th edge rusher here makes me pretty happy, man. He's a high motor, speed to power conversion is good. He's a little bit undersized, but he makes it work, man. He really does. And considering that you drafted Chop Robinson earlier in this draft, which I wasn't the biggest fan of, if I'm going to be honest. I graded it as a C+. But I do have to say, bringing in both Robinson and Kamara into a room that already featured Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, and Shaq Barrett makes me very excited about this Dolphins pass rush. I think this could arguably be the best edge room in the entire NFL league. Like that's how I feel right now when breaking it down. Like Phillips coming off an Achilles injury, Chubb coming off an injury as well. Sure, you're skeptical, and Shaq Barrett's up there in age as well, but on a short-term deal mixed in with these two young guys, those three veterans that you already have in the building are only going to be able to teach the tips and the small trades that these guys need. And you combine Kamara, who's a BPA pick, and the pick of Chop Robinson as well. It's just a good pick, man. You see Mohamed Kamara's stats in 2023. Productive as hell, dude. 56 tackles, 13 sacks, pass breakup, forced fumble, or 2 forced fumbles. Just a big fan of this pick, and a lot of people thought he was going to go in round 4. He ends up going in round 5 to Miami at 138. We'll have more on this pick later in our grades video. I'll tell you what, though, I think this is an early B+ grade from me. That could get upgraded to an A-, if I'm going to be honest. That's how I feel. I feel very confident about the pick from Chris Grier. I know a lot of people wanted offensive guard, but hey, maybe that gets addressed in free agency or at the final 3 picks in the draft for Miami. And if you haven't already, make sure you join the channel and hit that subscribe button because we're going to have you covered on full draft grades later today, as well as the picks Miami made in the 6th round as well. So hit that sub button. I'm Nick Roloff. I'll have you covered. And then tomorrow on Sunday, we'll have a full list of who the Dolphins signed in undrafted free agency. So get started with us today, and we'll see you later with more Dolphins videos. All right. More thoughts on Mo Kamara. Your guys' opinion. What are your guys' thoughts? Thoughts on Mo Kamara? Thoughts on Mo? Cody says trash pick. He doesn't like it. Oh, B- from Matt. I like it. Gutter says how many picks left? Right now, 3 picks. Right now, 3 picks left because 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. I like Mo Kamara, man. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Check back in on where we are in the draft. Bills up at 163, so the Dolphins are up in 20 picks or so. 184. 184. Well, maybe the Bills are on the clock. I think the Packers just made a trade. Ooh, Christian Jones just went to the Cardinals. It's a good pick. Swaythe says it's too late to even get a really good corner. It is too late to even get a really good corner. Yeah, like, I don't even think corner's a big need for Miami, so I'm good. Chad Jones says F. Chad, you don't like the pick? Chad, you don't like the pick? Brandon, good question. I don't think so. I don't think they're related. I get it. I understand that you didn't need to draft 2 edge rushers. I do. But Mo Kamara is a steal. Can we just take away the needs of the Dolphins and realize that they got a steal of a player? Like, that's what all I want. They took the best player available. Best player available. Cody doesn't agree. He says, no, he's not. Well, whatever you say, Jim. Whatever you say, Jim. That's what I'm saying. He killed it at Colorado State, man. He's a grinder. Cody, who did you think was the best player available? Nicholas says B+, A-. Chad Jones says no. Chad is disagreeing with me. Wide receiver? Which wide receiver is the best available? Let me guess. Brendan Rice? Let me guess. Brendan Rice? Exactly, Tom. Franklin says that he's haters don't like anything. Projected that correct. Blake says A+. I'm not going to go and say it's an A+ grade. That's a little aggressive. But I feel comfortable saying that this is a good effing pick. I do. I'm telling you, you watch Mo Kamara highlights right now. You know what? I am excusing you guys from the live stream to go watch Mo Kamara highlights and then come back and your opinion on him will have changed. His production is solid. His talent is there. And you get him in the 5th round to work in with Jaylen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, Shaq Barrett, the other rookie Chop Robinson. You are going to have a stud edge room. You have 5 unbelievable edges. Maybe not 5 unbelievable, but I think you have the deepest edge room in the entire NFL. I do. I absolutely do. Good point. That means there's going to be some guys that get moved on from. Quentin Bell, Cameron Good, Zeke Vanderberg. Those guys are going to be on the hot seat. They're going to be on the hot seat. Going to be on the hot seat. That's it. Brandon, thank you. But honestly, Brandon, if you need to read anything today or hear anything, Brandon's comment, his most recent one, is the one that you should read. I'll read it out loud. It's the 5th round. What do you guys expect? LOL. Day 3 is the time to take risk. Yes. Exactly. It's the 5th round. If you're drafting a 5th round player to be someone to be a starter, that kind of tells you some things that aren't great. And now I'll be contrary to myself here. I talked about Christian Mahogany, who's still available, by the way. That I think he could be a day 1 starter if Miami took him. And we talked about the Utah offensive lineman, Laumea. And you guys think Brendan Rice could be a day 1 starter at wide receiver 3? Maybe. But to me, when you get late round 5, which Miami was picking here, late round 5, and early in round 6, you need to take guys that you believe have the potential to be studs and have high upside and throwing darts. And I think Mo Kamara, learning under the edge rushers that Miami currently has potential to be studs. Has potential to be a stud. Yeah, listen, Mahogany's still there, guys. It's still possible. The dream's still alive. The dream is still alive. Let's read this quote from our guy, Mohamed Kamara. Just told reporters in Miami, "I'm very angry going the round I did. The lovely team of Miami picked me up, and I'm going to give them the burning desire. All 31 other teams, look out. The way I'm about to play against these guys, you should have picked me before. I'm going to roast the entire NFL. That's how I look at things." Who's ready to go play football right now? Who's ready? Who's ready to go out there and crack some teeth? Are you kidding me with that quote? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's a great... Guys, I don't care what you guys say. That's a good pick. Fun fact, by the way, shout King of Finland on Twitter for having this note. The Dolphins have now drafted the 2 fastest edge rushers in this class. Chop Robinson ran the fastest 40-yard dash at the edge position at the combine at 4.48. Number 2, Mohamed Kamar at 4.57. Speed, 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 speed being added to the edge position and defense. I love the pick. How many times I'm going to say it? I get there's other needs like interior offensive line, interior defensive line, wide receiver. Don't care. Good pick. Good pick. Matt Farm says, let's draft Kamara twice after that quote. That quote's electric. Electric. I want to read it again. I'm going to read it again. It's my show. I can do it. Quote, Mohamed Kamara. I'm bookmarking this because I want to put this on a show later this week. I'm very angry going the round I did. The lovely team of Miami picked me up, and I'm going to give them that burning desire. All 31 other teams, look out. The way I'm about to play against these guys, you should have picked me before. I'm going to roast the whole NFL. That's how I look at things. He's pissed. He's going to show up at OTAs, rookie minicamp, and he is going to dominate. Dominate, baby. I love it. I love it. I love it. Ooh, Tyrone Tracy, the Purdue running back, going to the Dolphins, or excuse me, the Giants. And then another running back, Rasheen Ali. Running backs are flying now, folks. I love it. Yeah, I love the passion from the newest Dolphins, Mo Kamara. Love it. I don't think this is the worst offensive line in football. Is it the best? No, but it's not the worst. You got Teron Armstead on the left tackle position. You got Isaiah Wynn at left guard, Aaron Brewer at center, Robert Jones at right guard, and then Austin Jackson at right tackle. That's how things are being slotted in. Now, is it the best? No. Is it top 10? Probably not. But I think it could be a top 20 group and maybe top 15 if it really performs well. So, I don't know. Listen, it's hard to really project those types of things, man. I'm going to be optimistic, and I'm going to hope that the Dolphins' offensive line overperforms and these new additions to the roster, specifically on the defensive side of the floor, pull up, man. They need to get off. They need to get after Patrick Mahomes. They need to get after Josh Allen. They need to get after Joe Burrow. And they're adding 2 edge rushers that I think are going to really help this defensive unit, especially up front. Yes, Matt Farms. Who is the vet guard we've been talking to? Dalton Reisner, who played for Minnesota last year. I think Reisner could be a guy they bring in to compete with Robert Jones for that starting right guard spot if they don't go with a rookie here down the stretch. You keep on saying center. Like, Aaron Brewer is fine, guys. Like, I don't think Aaron Brewer is a bad center. Played for Tennessee last year. I mean, I'll look it up and look up his PFF grades, but I don't think they were terrible. I think he fits better in Mike McDaniel's offensive scheme anyway. Aaron Brewer played 1,000 snaps last year. Had an overall PFF grade of 71.6. Run blocking at 78.7. Now, the one knock is his pass blocking grade wasn't great at 52.5. Let's look at more of his premium stats here. He allowed 6 sacks last year, 7 hits, 21 hurries, only had 5 penalties. He's a good run blocker, though. He's a good run blocker. Pass blocking has always been his struggle. But listen, you're not all 5 guys on the offensive line is going to be elite. I think it's a good option for Miami to hold over. I do. They do need to get right guard, though. They need to get right guard. I do agree, Matthew Dillard. That's been something that I've been very open about on today's show as well as on a past couple of shows. I have offensive guard as the number 1 need for Miami. I said it on Wednesday going into the NFL draft on my final mock draft. I said it yesterday for day 2 targets. I have been very open about my belief that the Dolphins need an offensive guard the most. So that's how I feel. But I think Aaron Brewer's fine, man. I do. I really think he's fine. I think he's fine as a starting center. Think he's fine. I'm hoping to get a hit on my mock draft. I forgot who my mock draft. Let me look back to see who I had in my mock draft as late targets for Miami. One thing that could be interesting, by the way, as we talk more and more, Talia Tagovailoa to his brother, could they draft him in the 7th round out of Maryland? Let's check my final mock draft. Harold Welsh says, when we can't score at all on winning teams because we can't convert on 3rd and short and Tua has no time to throw, what are you going to think about this draft? I don't know. What if Chop Robinson and Mo Kamara combined for 3 sacks on defense? I don't know, man. Who do I have them taking late? All right, so my if you weren't with us, if you didn't watch my video on Wednesday, which was our final Dolphins mock draft, here were the numbers. Here are my selections. At 21, I did no trades, by the way, because I just didn't want to do that. Graham Barton, offensive lineman from Duke. I still would have liked to take him over Chop Robinson. Listen, for the people saying that I like this draft too much, that's not true because I graded the Chop Robinson pick in the 1st round at a C+. I thought they should have taken Graham Barton, the interior offensive lineman from Duke. I had Brandon Dorlus going round 2, defensive tackle. Jaheim Bell, the tight end from Florida State, at round 5. Jaylen Green, the edge from JMU, in round 6. Joshua Cephas, round 6 wide receiver from UTSA. And then Donovan Jennings, the offensive tackle from South Florida, going round 7. So some of those guys are still on the board. Like Bell is still there. Cephas is still there. Donovan Jennings is still there. Dorlus is gone, though, that's for sure. But listen, the Dolphins are picking in 20 picks. They pick at 17. They pick at 184. Like, there's still a chance to get an impact player. There is. Oh my, Cody. I can't tell if you're trolling to this point. You have to be, right? You have to be. Need to trade Mo Kamara, the player you just picked. Guys are killing me. Guys are killing me. Oh, another running back off the board. Keelan Robinson, the running back from Texas. Back from Texas off the board. Oh, shit. It's about that time where I'm going to need to take an energy drink to get through this Heat game because it has been a lot of hours being worked here. Matt, that feels nice, man. You know what? Listen, I'm not someone who craves attention. I'm not. It's not who I am. But the comment that you just gave, it does mean a lot, Matt. Say, Rolly, you were an upgraded host. Welcome. I appreciate that comment. Tom Downey, Jake Riepma, Will Scott, the last 3 hosts have done a terrific job. But those things make me happy to come back and provide some content for the Dolphins. And as someone who hasn't been a host here for a long time and getting acclimated to the Miami fanship and stuff like that, I'm happy to be here. I am. I really am. I couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier to be here for the Dolphins. And we're gonna have a lot of fun things planned for the rest of this offseason, leading into the regular season. You can take that. You can bank that, folks. Bank that. I'm pumped up. I really am pumped up to be here, man. Jake says, Nick, I'm also from Rochester, New York. No shit. What part of Rochester? I'm from Hilton, New York. I'm from Hilton. That's where I'm from in Rochester. Yeah, I'm Robin. I'm in Talia. I'm taking him in the round 7. I'm in taking to his brother. Fine with me. I'm fine with Talia. Tua needs to go from Robert. I will say this is going to be fascinating to see what happens with Tua's contract after this year. It's going to be fascinating. Victor, New York. All right, Jake. I've had some battles with Victor, New York. I used to play baseball back in high school. I got to be honest. Victor, New York, the high school. Obviously, I don't know where you're in age, but I do not like Victor, the high school, because that was my our rival, Greece Athena as well, Greece. But we always battled out with Victor, and we played them in sectionals twice, so we battled them. Geneva, New York from Matt Farms. Are you serious? You're from Geneva? That's crazy. Yes, Magalo. Johnny Wilson is still available. So is Brendan Rice, and so is Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia. There's a couple wide receivers out there that I still like. My favorite wide receivers left. I'll rank them in order, by the way. Malik Washington, 1. Brendan Rice, 2. I'll go Johnny Wilson, 3 from Florida State. I like Casey Washington from Illinois, 4th. And then my 5th guy, Joshua Cephas from UTSA. Those are my top 5 offensive or wide receivers left. Now my sweet prince, Christian Mahogany, is still there too, guys. We can be on Mahogany watch again. We're 14 picks away from Miami being on the clock. As Oladapo goes to Green Bay. I like Jalen Coker. Coker's not bad. He's in my top 10 left for sure. Let's see what Barry Jackson just said. Shout out to Barry Jackson. He's the GOAT. Kamara and Dolphins Chop Robinson are friends. Trained for the draft together in Arizona. Good day for Miami so far today with 2 talented, highly productive players with still 2 6th and 7th rounders to go. Dave is born in Rochester, New York? No. What is this? How many Dolphins fans are from Rochester, New York, man? This is ridiculous. Where are you from, Dave? In Rochester. If you weren't just with us, like I said, I was with I'm from Hilton, New York, specifically. Love that dab. Erie, Pennsylvania. You know what? Let's just do it. Appreciate everyone subscribing and hanging out today with us on day 3 of the NFL Draft. It's been a blast so far. Since we're talking a lot about hometowns, let me know where you're watching from. And you don't even have to say, where you're watching from. Shout out your city. Where are you guys from? Where is everyone from? I'm a new host here at Dolphins Today. I want to get to know people more and more. Let me know where you're from. Shout out your city. Where are you repping? I'm from Rochester, New York, the 585. Now live in Dallas, Texas. We got Erie from Donald. Baltimore from Nicholas. Cody's is from Syracuse. Nice. Sodas from Robin. Not Sodas, New York. I mean, we're getting a lot of New Yorks here. It's pretty unbelievable. El Paso, Texas from Mike. Jersey City from Robert. Geneva from Matt. Mike is from Florida. So is J. Robin, Boca Raton. Matthews from Florida. North Miami Beach. Vermont, California from Kristen. Okay. I do know you, Tom, man. Too well. Melbourne from the Bucket Fund. Bahamas from Franklin. That's electric. Warsaw from CGD. Tampa from Terrence. Philly from St. Michael. Ontario, California from Magalo. Shea in Wyoming. Chad Jones from Virginia. Let's ride. Hard on Reefer says, let's get Mekhi Wingo. I wouldn't hate Mekhi Wingo one bit. That'd actually be a good pick in the 6th round. Be a good pick for Miami in the 6th round. Phoenix, Arizona from me, myself. Miami from Team Headbusters. IMAX says in Atlanta, but from Homestead, Florida. South Dakota from Shane. Robin says, big Dolphins Heat fan. Well, Robin, have you ever subscribed? Yes or no question. Have you watched the Heat Report by Chat Sports? That's what I want to know. Have you subscribed or watched the Heat Reports by Chat Sports, Robin? Charleston, South Carolina from Adam. Las Vegas, Batman. Okay. Bronx from Mark. Love it. Pinedale, Wyoming. Well, Robin, I have some news for you. If you are a diehard Miami Heat fan as well, I am the host of the Heat Report by Chat Sports. And if you want to get coverage like the Dolphins here on the Miami Heat, subscribe to the Heat Report. I'll try to grab that subscriber link here. Give me a second. I'll throw in the link. If you're a Heat fan, BBAC knows. Jay the Fox knows. Stop it. We got another Rochester, New York, Webster, New York from EGM. Why are there so many people from Rochester, New York here? This is crazy. Like, I don't know if you're pulling my leg or just effing with me or what, but like this is actually absurd to me that there is this many people from Rochester, New York. But back to what I was saying about the Heat Report. I am the host of the Miami Heat Report by Chat Sports. We go live for every Heat game, videos in between. As you see, I'm rocking a Heat hoodie. I'll be live for the game tonight. We're going to sign off on this stream after the 6th round pick. The 2 picks that Miami makes, we'll break down those picks and then sign off. And then we'll get ready for Heat because we're live in 2 hours exactly. We're live at 4:45. Live in 2 hours. Snake says I lived in Rochester. Yeah, so that link is in the chat. Subscribe to Miami Heat Report. I love the Heat. Listen, BBAC's in the chat, Jay the Fox in the chat. They can speak to how fun the Heat Report is and how much passion we bring. I think they can. Robin said just subscribe. Let's go, Robin. Let's go. Ooh, a trade. How did we get to the Saints on the clock on the screen right now? How did this happen? We might have jumped the gun a little bit with who's actually on the clock. That's all I know. It's actually the Jets. We did just get a wide receiver off the board, though, at 170. Bub Means, the wide receiver from Pittsburgh, off the board. Luisio Fuentes, hopefully I said that right, says, I just subscribed. Let's go. Jay the Fox, I knew you would help me out. Time Man would help me out. BB, let's go Heat, baby. I know not every Dolphins fan's a Heat fan. I know not every Heat fan's a Dolphins fan. But the cross between the two is going to be a lot of fun because I'm the Miami guy, man. I'm the Miami guy here at Chat Sports now. Virginia Beach from Vivian. Virginia Beach from Drake. Good song. Oh, quarterback. The Jets trade up to 171 to draft Jordan Travis, the quarterback from Florida State. Interesting. Very interesting. Fuentes says, I love Heat, but we suck with Butler. I don't know about that one. We don't suck with Jimmy Butler. We made the finals twice. Come on, guys. Come on. Robert says Panthers. Florida Panthers, are you talking about? Listen, I'll be full transparency here. I'm not a hockey guy. I am a NFL, NBA, MLB guy. Well, those 3 sports. I mean, I love college basketball too. I actually like college basketball arguably more than the NBA and pretty close to the NFL. But I don't really watch hockey too much. Panthers are doing good, though, I believe, in the playoffs, right? Are they up 2-0, 3-0? Dab says, yeah, uh-oh. Says, yeah, no, sorry, it's Red Sox, Celtics, Bruins, but the Dolphins are the only team that I like for outside of New England. That is wild. To be a Red Sox, Celtics, and Bruins fan, but then be a Dolphins fan is wild. Well, Dab, so what we're going to do here, between me and you, is we are going to keep it Dolphins only. We aren't going to talk Heat Celtics. We're going to keep it Dolphins only. I think we can do that, Dad, because I appreciate you being in the chat and hopefully you're subscribed. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep it Dolphins only. Oh. Brandon says, I know I wanted Jordan Travis to his backup. Yeah, listen, I don't hate Jordan Travis. Like, coming off that broken leg, like, I didn't really need him. If they're looking to draft a quarterback, I wouldn't hate Joe Milton, man. As it continues to fall this way. Man. Oh, hold on. Christian Mahogany's still on the board, man. Christian Mahogany's still on the board. Does Chris Grier have a Twitter? Does anyone know if Chris Grier has a Twitter? Because I want to tag him in a tweet. The GM for the Dolphins, does he have a Twitter? Probably smart if he doesn't, but Robin, that's a good question. I mean, I'd be fascinated to find out. I obviously don't have information on that. I'm trying to find, man. He doesn't have one, Jay the Fox. Damn it, I want to tag him. I love when you can tag GMs in a tweet. It's freaking hilarious. Doesn't look like Mike McDaniel has a Twitter earlier either. I would have tagged him too. Damn. I want to tag one. All right, we're still in round 5. Actually, we're closing on the end of round 5 here. We have who's on the clock right now? The Jets at 173. Dolphins picking 11 picks. They have an early pick in round 6 at 184. The last pick for Miami was this man right here, Mo Kamara. Very divisive pick, allegedly, but I'm a fan. All right. We have been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes. How about that, folks? Didn't expect to be live for this long, but, I mean, I'm having a blast, and hopefully you guys are having a blast too, as we get to know each other since I'm the new host of Dolphins Today. And I want to throw out a deal that I showed earlier, but I want to redo it to see if we could have a push. So last year during the NFL draft, Will Scott was the host, which is crazy to say that he was hosting last year in the NFL draft, and then we've already been between Rietma and Downey. To me, crazy, but we'll leave it at that. The Super Chat number on last year's day 2, because Will went live on the second day of the NFL draft, did not go live on the first or on round 1 or day 3. They got $253 in Super Chats. I'd like to potentially top that this year. Right now, we have $30 in Super Chats. If we top 253, I said I would do a beer boot. I did. So if we beat last year's Super Chat record of Dolphins Today in the NFL draft, I will do a beer boot. That's 3 happy dads in one. That's 3 happy dads in one chug. As an interior offensive lineman goes off here, Trevor Keegan, Michigan guy. So once again, the Utah Satawa Laumia, still there. Christian Mahogany, still there. Like, I don't understand why these guys are falling, man. Matt Farms, yeah, Downey is your fill-in. In between full-time hosts, Downey's the guy who comes in because he knows his stuff, and he's a legend of the YouTube game here at Chat Sports, so he could fill in between. Because he was the host, I believe, in between Will and Rietma, too, right? I believe. 225 people watching. See if we can beat last year's record. If not, that's fine. But Mahogany's still there, man. Satawa Laumia still there as well. Come on, Jim. Come on. Give me something. Dolphins up in 10 picks. Dolphins up in 10. Because the Jets just went with Isaiah Davis, the running back from South Dakota State. And the Cowboys are on the clock at 174. We them boys. Holla, holla, holla. We them boys. Let's look up Christian Mahogany's PFF grade. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. One second here. We got to get to the college NCAA. Okay, here's Christian Mahogany's PFF stats. He's 6'3", 322. In 2023, he had a PFF grade of 74.9, a run blocking grade of 74.5, and a pass blocking grade of 82.2. He did not allow a sack. He did not allow a QB hit. He had 5 penalties on him, 7 hurries, 7 pressures. In 2021, because he didn't play in 22 because of injury, I believe, but I'll double check on that. 82.7 grade, 82.4 run block, 83.7 pass block. Like, maybe it's an injury thing, guys. Maybe there's something injury-wise that's just causing Mahogany to fall. Because he's played the last 2 seasons he's played football exclusively at right guard. And he's been terrific. Terrific. I want Mahogany bad, man. Matt Farms, that's funny, man. Lank, let an A say or no. Shout out Jaylen Milroe. Shout out Milroe. Oof, my computer just froze for a second here. Want to grab draft notes on a prospect. Want to grab draft notes on a prospect here. No one yet, Gutter Drew. Brendan Rice is still on the board. Let's see. I'm reading up on Mahogany here. I'm wondering, okay, so that's what it was. So he missed the 2022 season due to torn ACL during a home workout. Home workout? That's tough. So I'm just trying to figure out why he would be slipping here. Maybe that knee is bad. Maybe that knee is cooked. The knee might be cooked. I think we're getting trolls in the chat right now. We got an NBA game going on right now. What's the score? Thunder up 4. Larry Thomas says we need a starting quarterback. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't need a starting quarterback. Not need a start. Backup quarterback. That could be something you could talk to me on. But starting quarterback, I think they're just fine. They're just fine. 2 picks coming up for Miami at 184, so 10 away, and 198. So we'll break down that pick. and then we'll wait for another pick to come in, and then we'll break down both picks in one video. Why did he say that? I don't know. Larry is apparently a Tua hater. Fuentes says not in on Tua. I guess I'll ask you guys. I mean, listen, I'm still trying to learn how Dolphins fans really feel about Tua, but because I think Tua is a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, but maybe Dolphins fans a little bit lower on him. You guys think Tua could be the franchise? Is he the guy? Is Tua someone you'd give a long-term extension to? Yes or no? Yes or no? Matt says yes. Chad Jones says, I have said trade Tua. Okay. I do think this is a make or break year. Currently not under, he hasn't had an extension yet. And if he stinks this year, which I don't see happening, but what I will say is if he shrivels up in the postseason and plays bad on the road in late December in cold weather, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to give him a lot of money, man. Brendan's in on Tua, so is Mike. Roche or RS says Dolphins fans hate Tua. Careful. Fuentes says no. Tomatoes in. Robert says no. Michael Wright says yes. Matt's a Tua guy. Robin says I do believe. Yeah, you're right. Tua's gotten better all year or in his career. Chad Jones says he can't close big games. Cole says hot take, Tua is the fourth best quarterback in football. I can't agree with that. He says only Lamar, Mahomes, and Burrow are better. I can't agree with that. Rick is in on Tua. This is funny from Kurt. It's a fatal mistake to get into the Tua debate with Dolphins fans. Too polarizing. That's funny. Listen, as the host of the show, I'm going to have to get into the weeds on the Tua debate, man. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. Exactly. That's my one concern, Donald, is that I like Tua. I think he's been fantastic. But when you look at what he does in cold weather conditions and big games, it's concerning. It's concerning. Especially since you have to travel to Buffalo, travel to Kansas City, travel to Baltimore, travel to Cincinnati. Like, those are going to be cold weather environments in the postseason, man. Ugh. Well, the recap. Oh, Gerard Mayo, the new Patriots head coach, hopefully won't be very good for New England, is coming up on screen in just a second. What position should the Dolphins pick next? They're on the clock in about 6 or 7 picks, I believe. We're at 176, so 8 picks away as Jaylen Ford goes to the Saints, linebacker from Texas. What position? This is a great comment from Colin. All in on Tua, to not understand what we have in him at QB is ignorant. Do you want to go back to Henny, Fielder? Tua led the league in several top categories or placed in the top 5 in the last 2 seasons. I'm not disagreeing with that. And it says, where's Will Scott? That's the comment I want to talk about. Colin, have you not watched this show in a year? Seeing wide receiver, safety, wide receiver. These are some of the options. You're not taking an edge because you've taken 2 now and that's done. But the other 3, offensive line, wide receiver, defensive tackle, absolutely on the table. Tyson says wide receiver, defensive tackle, same as Brendan. Chad Jones, offensive line. Bobby, offensive guard. Hart says pick a new GM. Tyson says we should have gotten Braden Fisk. Would have had to trade it up for him. He was on my big board for sure. Didn't get him, though, obviously, unfortunately. You would have had to trade it up for him. DT from Dillard. O-line from Robert. Paul says guard, guard, guard. I'm all in on guard. Mahogany's still there. The offensive lineman from Utah is also still there. Satao Laumea, which I would be all in on. Give me one of those 2. Give me one of those 2. I would be ecstatic. Ecstatic. Ralph says these commentators keep getting worse. Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, Easy. If Easy can stay healthy, he's an intriguing option as that 3rd wide receiver, but I'm not going to bank on it. If they don't take a wide receiver late in this draft, like I would probably say go out and get OBJ or go out and get Tyler Boyd. Preferably Boyd. Honestly, I kind of am on Boyd on more. I like Boyd. He's a good ball player. Good ball player. Chad doesn't want OBJ. I think the smoke is there, right? They've been connected between the 2 camps. I would prefer Tyler Boyd, though. Any tight ends left? Yeah, there's a couple tight ends. Jaheim Bell's still there. Look at this, guys. We got Kawantez Stiggers, a cornerback from the CFL getting drafted. Yeah, there's also Tanner McLaughlin from Arizona, the tight end, which actually would be a pretty good pick. I'd be a fan of that. I don't really love the tight ends on the board. Jaheim Bell and McLaughlin, I think, would be good. I actually mocked Bell and have him as a 5th-round prospect to me. So I'd like Jaheim Bell here in the 6th. I would. I would like Jaheim Bell in the 6th. People are saying they like Boyd more. I'm with it. Tori says we don't need a tight end, in my opinion. You got Durham Smythe. You got Jonnu Smith. You can use a guy there that is more of a pass-catching tight end. Jonnu Smith. I'm a big fan of Jonnu Smith. I think he's going to be good for Miami. He can block. He's very dynamic with the ball in his hands after the catch. I think that's a good free agent pickup after getting released from Atlanta. So I like him. Now, the Durham Smythe questions are there, but take a shot on Jaheim Bell. Wouldn't be bad. Wow, Colin hasn't watched in a year. Well, Colin, here's the thing. I used to work with Will Scott when he was still the host. So I'm hoping to bring back the glory days of Dolphins Today, Colin. So hopefully you come back and watch more often. Hopefully you come back and watch. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver. Kerry Lewis, I'm dead. Yeah, Paul, maybe Boyd would cost more. Maybe, I don't know. Boyd might be looking, yeah, I'll say this. Tyler Boyd might be looking for more of a multi-year deal, like a 2-year deal potentially. OBJ would likely be a 1-year deal. So Chad Jones says Smith is awesome. Yeah, I think Jonnu Smith is going to be a good one. Good one for Miami, man. What picks does Miami have left? 184 and 198 and 241. 2 6th-round picks and a 7th-round pick. 184, 198, 241. We're going to be live on the channel for the 2 6th-round picks that Miami has at 198 and 184, and then we'll break down those picks, and then we'll sign off as we have to get ready for Heat versus Celtics on the Heat Report channel in an hour and 40 minutes. Makai Wingo is still available, Carter. He still is. Paul says, just found this channel. Like what I seen far. Get it, bro. Thank you, Paul. Let's ride, baby. Let's ride. Let's ride. To his brother in the 241 at the end of the 7th. In. Talia, let's bring him in. Bring him in. Also, Joe Milton. Could be in on Joe Milton. Tennessee quarterback. Cannon of an arm. An absolute cyber person. Like, gonna be like, I'm telling you, cyber. The way he is built in a lab. Lab. Lab talk, lamb talk. Would you guys draft a quarterback in this draft? Yes or no? Yes or no? Let me know. Do you guys want to draft a QB? I mean, it's not like going to be anything special, guys. It would just be a backup quarterback, a developmental guy here in the 6th or 7th, but I think it's a good idea to always bring in those type of guys. Mike White and Skylar Thompson are your 2 backups. Like, I'd take a flyer on Joe Milton, man. Chad Jones says yes. Greg Watkins says no. Robin, yes. CF says yes. Dab says no. Segura, no. Tomato, no. Chaz, yes. Paul, no. Lombardo, yes. Donald, yes. Talia, maybe from Nicholas. Seems like all you guys want Talia. I will be honest. The Tagovailoa brothers being in Miami would be freaking awesome. It would be freaking awesome. It would be freaking awesome. Jonathan Moore says no. Chad Jones says kick out Mike White. That's kind of my view on it, is if you draft a quarterback in the 6th or 7th, it's a developmental guy, and you let Mike White and Skylar Thompson fight for the backup role. Whoever wins that job in camp stays on as the backup quarterback, and then whatever rookie quarterback you have is your practice squad / 3rd QB. That's kind of how I view it. Chad says Skylar would win? Maybe. I mean, likely. Who knows? Who knows? Any punters available? I know the Michael Turk was loud last year, but I tell you what, I don't think there will be a punter taken by Miami. Maybe I'm wrong. Signed Jake Bailey, so, well, not this past offseason, the year before. I believe they gave him Jake Bailey an extension too. Am I right on that? I can't remember. Look it up. I think they did. Yeah, he's okay. So he signed a 2-year deal. Yeah. 2-year extension, $4.2 million back in March. So no punters. No punters are going to be drafted by Miami. Uncle Rico might still be on the board. Picks in for Minnesota as we progress closer and closer to the next Dolphins pick at 178. The Vikings select Walter Rouse, tackle from Oklahoma. Rouse, they say. Well, guys, we're getting closer and closer to the Dolphins. Dolphins are picking at 184, 6 picks away. Hey, Jace. Jace, can you do me a massive favor? So there is a Mandarin Orange Celsius in the Studio C fridge. There's a fridge in Studio C. When you walk in that Studio C, it's right on your right. There's a Mandarin Orange Celsius. I need it bad. Thank you. The fam's in the building saying we stole Kamara. I agree. The people in the chat were not with me. They thought it was stupid to take another edge, which I understand. There is other positions of need, but you're picking in the 5th round at 158. You take the best player available, and to me, it was no doubt Kamara. This guy's a dog. He's going to be a great 4th or a 5th edge for the Dolphins this year. He is. You have Jaylen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, and Shaq Barrett as your top 3. You have the 1st-round pick, Chop Robinson at 21, and then, or as your 4th guy, and now Kamara is your 5th. Like, you got 5 dogs, dude. You got dogs. I'm in, dude. Big Mo is a dog. And everyone was complaining about wide receiver that they should have taken Brendan Rice or Malik Washington or an offensive lineman, Mahogany, which I would have been in, or Laumea from Utah. I got good news. The Dolphins are up in 6 picks, and all 4 guys that I just mentioned are still on the board. Not to mention, you could also go Makai Wingo if you want to. The defensive tackle from LSU. Ooh, a defensive tackle off the board here at 178, Logan Lee from Iowa. So that puts the Seahawks on the clock. Thank you. Need this bad. As we inch closer and closer, Dolphins picking at 184, one of their 2 6th-round picks. Yeah, Easy E could be at wide receiver 3 if he's healthy. Could also see them going out and getting Boyd or OBJ in free agency. Ooh, that tastes good, man. Chef says, what up, Rolly? Had to pop in and holler. Yeah, shout out to you, Chef. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming by. Someone says Joe Milton. I want Joe Milton. If Joe Milton is still there at pick 241 in the 7th round, I'm in. Honestly, you could convince me on one of the 2 6th-round picks. They pick at 184 and 198. Probably not 184 because I want Christian Mahogany pretty bad. No! Satawa Laumea just went. Shit! That hurts. Goddamn Seahawks, strike us. They get us. They got us. That was one of my guys, as the Patriots are now on the clock. Satawa Laumea, the offensive guard from Utah, goes off the board. I was hoping the one of him and Mahogany is going to be on the board for Miami at pick 184, and Laumea will not be. It will be hopefully Mahogany. If Mahogany's gone, I'll pivot and go with you guys on Brendan Rice. I will. But as of now, I'm sticking with Mahogany. Come on. To his brother. We've talked a lot about Talia. That's for sure. We've talked a lot about Talia. Patriots pick looks to be in. Marcellus Dial, the cornerback from South Carolina. I have no clue who that is. Absolutely no clue who that is. Oh, absolutely no clue. Hopefully he stinks. If you haven't already, we have 300 people watching as we are very close to the Dolphins picking again. Want the Dolphins to win the AFC East? Like the video. Hit the thumbs up icon. We're at 279 in likes. Can we get to 300? Are there 20 people out there who have not liked the video yet? If you are a Dolphins fan who haven't liked the video yet, don't jinx it. Want to win the AFC East, get home field advantage in the playoffs next season? I think that would be pretty ideal. I think everyone thinks that's pretty ideal. Hit that thumbs up button. 9 likes away from 300. Let's get there. Let's get the 300 likes. Let's get the 300 likes. Get to 300. 296, we're close. Paul's liked and sub. That's a legendary status right there. Davin's back. Kamar is a good pick. I don't care what people say. Don't care what people say. It's a good pick. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared because Miami's up in a little bit. And Marshall Green, who hosts the Giants Now by Chat Sports, just tweeted out Christian Mahogany at 83 would be home run for the Giants. If we get sniped by the Giants, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed. If we get snipped, I'll be pissed. If we get snipped, I'm going to be pissed. Got the 311 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. As the Dolphins are up in just a couple of picks, who do you want them to pick? Who do you want them to pick? Who's your guy? Who do you want the Dolphins to draft? If you have prospects that you know are still there, let us know. If not, who's your guy? Oh, we have a pair of picks coming in. Which means the Giants are on the clock, which means the Dolphins are on deck. 2 picks coming in here at the same time. Kamani Vidal for the Chargers at running back is the pick. Seeing the lineman Javon from Miami, Mahogany from Shane, Makai Mingo from Mike Ice, Brendan Rice. See who Kamani Vidal was the pick here for the Chargers at 181. The pick is in for Tennessee. Leonard Taylor, Brendan Rice. I mean, Johnny Wilson's still there. Jaheim Bell's still there. That'd be intriguing. Trying to see who the pick's in for the Titans. Honestly, this Titans pick feels like mahogany, and it's going to be a dagger into the soul. Oh, it's a wide receiver. Wow. Interesting name here. Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver from Tulane. So Brendan Rice is still on the board, folks. Still on the board. Could he be the pick for Miami at 184? Could he be the pick? David says, wow, get Johnny Wilson or Cephas. I love Joshua Cephas. That's my guy. UTSA. Love him. The Giants pick is allegedly in. It's Darius Masau, which puts the Dolphins on the clock. The Dolphins are on the clock. Spam MIAs like we did last time. Spam your MIAs, and hopefully the Dolphins make a good pick here. Let's go. The Dolphins are on the clock. Spam those MIAs as Darius Masau goes off. Moonlight, Matt Farms, Michael, Chad Jones. Give me Mahogany, please. Come on. They just showed Mike McDaniel in the building, and he's going like this. Mike McDaniel just did this in the building. Oh, they showed the war room, and Mike McDaniel, who looks dripped out, just went like this. It looks like he's excited about the pick. Who did they pick? Keep on spamming those MIAs. Loctera's in the building. McDaniel was fired up. Who did they pick? Give me Mahogany, please. Him or Brendan Rice would be my 2. Or Makai Wingo would be tough too. Those are the top 3. I honestly, him going like this makes me think it's offense. McDaniel giving a fist pump made me think offense. Waiting to see it get announced. They just gave a long look at the war room for Miami. Waiting for the Twitterverse. I'm waiting for it to be announced on air. Oh, Colin says, let me see a boot. I'll stay. I said if we get a $200 super chat, I'll do a boot because that would put us right at our record from last year with Will Scott on day 2 of the NFL draft. And if we tie or beat last year's record, I'm doing a beer boot, which is 3 beers at 1. Who are the Dolphins about to pick? Picks in? I haven't seen it on Twitter yet. I'm going to let it come on TV. I'm not going to look at Twitter. Give me Mahogany. Mahogany. Come on. Him or Rice. Brennan Rice. I'm guessing offense because of McDaniel's reaction. Come on. What is the pick? What's the pick? I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm not looking at the chat. You guys might know before I do. I'm giving you a raw reaction. What's this? What are we doing on screen right now? We got kids on the thing. I'm not looking down. I'm trying not to look down. It's killing me not knowing. It's killing me not to know. Oh, here's the announcing from Spain. Here we go. We're about to say it. The Dolphins select at 184. Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia. This is a great pick. Let's freaking go. You guys heard me talk about it when I was talking earlier. I had Malik Washington as my number 1 wide receiver left on the board. I know a lot of you guys were talking about Brendan Rice. I get it. He was the son and is the son of Jerry Rice. Legendary. But Malik Washington is an absolute stud. He's a slot wide receiver. He was a second-team AP All-American, not the ACC. All year long, he had 110 receptions in 2023, which led the FBS. This dude is an absolute stud and a steal for the Miami Dolphins. I'm telling you right now, in terms of the player you're getting, the production, and where you got him in terms of value, this is the best pick the Miami Dolphins have made in this NFL draft, and you can guarantee that, folks. I am telling you right now, this is A grade by me at 184. Let's go. Let's go, baby. That's the... like I said, it's not the best player the Dolphins have taken in this draft, but in terms of value and the production you're going to get and where you got them, this is the best pick in the draft for the Miami Dolphins. Grade the pick, folks. Let's go. This one fires me the hell up, folks. Let's go. A, B, C, D, or F. What a pick. You understand why they flashed to Mike McDaniel going like this. That is a great effing pick, baby. And he's a slot receiver too, which is kind of what Miami needs. Now, is this pick going to deter me away from Boyd and OBJ? Not completely, but it kind of puts some doubt in my mind, that's for sure. Let me tweet this out. This is a great pick. Great pick from Malik Washington. Let's go. Dude, he was one of the most productive wide receivers in all of football last year in college. He's quick, twitchy, he's a slot guy. He is unbelievably good. Well, let's flash his stats and we'll talk about him a little bit here before we go fully in depth on him when the Dolphins make their other 6th round pick. But you just look at this. This guy's a stud, man. And I'm happy to get him late in the 6th round. Had to feel like they were going to go wide receiver eventually, and they do here with Malik Washington. Here's another thing. What did we talk about earlier in terms of the value Miami was getting? Right? Jaylen Wright, the 52nd ranked prospect at 120. Kamara, 112th ranked prospect at 158. And now our 77th ranked player, the 16th overall wide receiver, 77th guy, all the way down at 184. This is a steal. Yes, he's a little bit older, and he's an undersized guy at 5'8.5", 191. But folks, don't let that size fool you. This guy can give you head toppers. He is one of the best contested catch wide receivers in this draft, even though he has a smaller frame. He is someone who is not afraid to go out there and be very dangerous, right? He's coming off a breakoff season. He transferred from Northwestern to Virginia. He's dangerous with the ball in his hands and has good route running from the slot. Listen, there is a little bit of a concern with his size because I'm telling you, he's not going to be hindered in his ability to go out and make plays over the middle of the field. But when you're 5'8", right, like it's going to be tough if you're not strengthy to take big hits and survive those hits, right? So that's kind of how I feel there. But I like this pick, man. He's twitchy. He can go up and make contested catches in the slot. He is going to be a fantastic addition into this wide receiver room. And I could not be happier with this one, man. 110 catches for the Dolphins, or excuse me, the Virginia Cavaliers in the ACC last year. It was a record, by the way. A record. Love this pick, and I think he's going to fit very, very nicely into Miami. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fires me up, man. Oh, are you guys excited about this pick? You guys got to be, dude. You got to be excited. There's no way you guys aren't. No way you aren't. Chad Jones says he is a Wes Welker. I don't hate it. I mean, if he's Welker, that's a good thing. 4th in receiving yards in college football as well. As you see, Johnny Wilson, the Florida State wide receiver, did go the pick after at 185. This pick is good, man. Oh, my guy just went. The Falcons had back-to-back picks here. They went Chase McClellan, the running back from Bama, at 186. And then they also just drafted Casey Washington, the wide receiver from Illinois, at 187, which, if you heard me say, was one of my top guys that were still available at wide receiver. I'm a big fan of Casey Washington as a 6th-round, 7th-round sleeper. My top 7th-round sleeper was Joshua Cephas, the wide receiver from UTSA. That was my number 1 guy in the 6th and 7th round in terms of value. But I also didn't think that Malik Washington was going to be there, and that is a steal. That is a steal. I can't believe they got Malik Washington, man. Let's go! Malik is tough, dude. Tough. Nicholas, I agree with that. I know I said this just a second ago that I wouldn't put out the idea of still bringing in Tyler Boyd and Odell Beckham Jr., or one of the two. But to me, I don't know if they are anymore. Like, you have Tyreek and Jaylen Waddle, the best duo, by the way, in the entire NFL. The best. No doubt about it. And then you have Eazy-E, Braxton Berrios, and Malik Washington rotating in for that 3, 4, 5 spot. Depends on who is the better receiver in camp, who performs better. But I'll tell you what, I would project Malik Washington to be that guy, be that slot, be that third dude, because he is good, man. He is fantastic. Oh. Love that. I love this pick. I doubt they would use a pick on a wide receiver because they have 2 picks left. 194, which is coming up in just a second. Excuse me, 198, and then they have 241. I doubt they use one on a wide receiver, but we'll see. We'll see. The Eagles make another trade. My God, my goodness. Do they ever stop? Do they ever stop? Do they ever stop making deals? That's what I want to know. Oh. David says, I thought he was gone. He should have been gone. He was ranked as a top 77 guy, the 77th ranked prospect by us here at Chat Sports. This pick is fantastic. Chad, I'm telling you right now, if Christian Mahogany gets drafted by the Dolphins in the 6th round at 198, I might tell you that the Dolphins had the best day 3 of anyone. People are going to be upset with them. People are already upset with Kamara and are questioning the Jaylen Wright pick. But if you draft Mahogany at 198 and you get Jaylen Wright, Malik Washington, Mahogany, and Kamara before the final pick in round 7, and you get those 4 guys just alone, that would be the best day 3 of the draft. You'd win. You might have not won round 1. You might have not won 2 or 3, but you'd win the last 4 rounds. You'd win the last 4 rounds. BB, this was Malik Washington is a terrific pick. Unbelievable. Cody, see, I get it. Cody's just a hater. Cody's just a hater. I get it. That pick's sick, man. He's good, dude. Moonlight, we would be live for Heat Celtics. Don't you worry, my pal. Don't you worry. So what we're doing, Moonlight, is the Dolphins pick at 198. So they pick in 10 spots. Is I think 189 is available. I don't know. So what we're doing, Moonlight, is I am going to break down the 2 Dolphins picks in the 6th round, Malik Washington and whoever they pick at 198. I'm going to sign off here, and then we're going to go get ready for the Heat stream tonight. That's what we're doing, Moonlight. That's what we're doing. I'm pumped for tonight's Heat game, man. Jason, I wouldn't say completely forget about Odell. I still think there's a chance, but drafting Malik Washington definitely puts a dent into it. There could be a free agent signing coming on the way at guard for Miami. Dalton Reisner is a potential option. Appreciate that, Davin. Davin. Hopefully it's Davin. Mike Ice is B+. I'm telling you, this is an A. That pick's an A. I do not care. I don't want to be the over-optimist guy, but this, in terms of value, the production, and what he can bring to the table, this is an A pick. This is an A. It's my favorite pick of the draft for the Dolphins. Now, I will say, Davin. All right, nailed it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. I like to pronounce people's names right. It's tough because we don't get to have face-to-face conversations, but thanks for laying it out for me. I love this pick so much. Now, if they take Christian Mahogany at 198, I think that would be my favorite pick because that's been my guy. I get that you're upset that you wanted a big body wide receiver because you already have smaller framed wide receivers, but he is the most productive wide receiver left on the board. He has some of the best tape on the board, and he gets into that slot role that you needed. Like, I don't know why would be upset about this pick. Excuse me. I don't. There's no way to me you could be upset about Malik Washington. Yeah, all right, Troy. We'll give you the full breakdown of Malik Washington's height and speed here in just a second. Height, he's 5'8" and change. So he's a smaller guy. There's no debating that. But the best part about him is he is not afraid to make plays through contact. Like, truly, he makes a lot of good plays through contact. 5'8.5", 191. Had 110 catches, 1,400 yards, and 9 touchdowns for Virginia in 2023. He has a lot of good yak. He's a good yards after catch guy. Slot wide receiver mostly. He did some work as kick returning as well. Will be turning 24 in October. I'm trying to find his 40-yard dash. Let's see here. I think here's the 40-yard dash. 1 second. 48-yard dash was 4.47. So sub 4.5. That's pretty good. Sub 4.5. He's not a burner like Jaylen Wright or Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle, but he's good. Ooh, that pick stings. The Lions just took Mekhi Wingo. Mekhi Wingo off the board. 4.45, 4.57 is good. That's good. Under 4.5 is good. Exactly. We make a big deal of 40-yard dashes, but play speed means more. Play speed means more. Vivian says Landry 2.0. I don't hate it. I'll tell you what. Jarvis Landry was a dog. I think Malik Washington is a little bit more quick than Jarvis Landry was. Landry was for sure a better route runner, but I think Malik Washington might be more quick than Jarvis Landry, and that's saying something. Matthew Dillard agrees. Yeah. I don't think he was comparing Landry in like terms of size. I think he was saying like slot wide receiver. Yeah, Chad Jones. I'm with you, man. Get Dalton Reisner and Chris Mahogany, draft Mahogany, take or sign Dalton Reisner in free agency. You have good interior offensive line depth there, and get ready to roll, baby, because this roster is ready to play. Dude, I'm telling you, Malik Washington's such a good pick. I'm sorry. You could tell by my smile. I hate to keep on referencing him, but that was the best pick of the draft for Chris Grier. Best pick of the draft. Best pick of the draft. Oh. Best pick in the draft. And now we're close again to picking. Oh, a center off the board. Dylan McMahon out of NC State goes to Philly at 190. 190? Yeah, 190. So we're under 7 picks away from having another name be called for Miami. Another name be called for Miami. Makai Wingo, that one hurts. I'm not going to lie. That one kind of hurts. Would have liked to see him potentially go to the Dolphins as well. We're at 191. Arizona's on the clock. Dude, if we can get Mahogany, I hate to keep on saying that too, but like that'd be crazy. That getting Mahogany is crazy. Oh man. 386 people watching. The Dolphins about to make their second pick of the second round here in just a second. If you haven't already, hit that sub button, folks. We are going to break down every Dolphins pick for the rest of the day. We'll give my full Miami Dolphins draft grades later tonight. And then tomorrow we will be back again for another video breaking down every UDFA that the Dolphins have signed. We'll track the undrafted free agents that the Dolphins added to the roster and bring that video to you as well. And we're not stopping there. We'll have full coverage the rest of the offseason leading into the preseason in August, and then obviously the regular season when the real fun begins up in September. Make sure you hit that sub button, folks. 400 people watching as we're getting closer and closer to the next selection for Miami. Pick is in for Arizona as we inch closer and closer to the Dolphins pick. So that puts Seattle on the clock at 192. Listen, you could find good undrafted free agents, man. You could find undrafted free agents that are solid. You see teams do it all the time. Teams do it all the time. Taking a long time for them to get this pick in. Come on. Come on. We're in the 6th round. Let's get it rolling. Get it rolling. David says Cephas might be UDFA. Citing Joshua Cephas, the wide receiver from UTSA and undrafted free agency, would be crazy. That'd be so good. Now, I don't want to get our hopes up, David, because there is an entire round to go. Let's not get it twisted. We're still in round 6. There's still an entire 7th round to go and half of round 6. So we're at pick 191. We go to 257. So That's, what is that? Quick math, 66 picks to go. Like, that's still a lot of selections, man. A lot of selections. A lot of picks. A wide receiver off the board, Tejan Palmer out of UAB is the pick for Arizona. I mean, I know a lot of you guys wanted Brendan Rice, but I said I preferred Malik Washington over Rice, and I'm glad this happened for Miami. I am stunned at Brendan Rice's fall. Stunned. I'm even more stunned at Chris Mahogany. So some people talk about Javion Cohen from Miami. Keep him in Miami. I'm in. Guard from the U. I'd like to take him. Next pick for the Dolphins, Mahogany, Cohen, Jaheim Bell, the tight end from Florida State, would be intriguing. I don't hate any of those names right there. Seahawks pick is in, which brings up New England at 193 as we inch closer and closer to the Dolphins. Inch closer and closer to the Dolphins being on the clock again. Yeah, Mekhi Wingo would have been nice. DJ James is the pick for Seattle at 192. That's actually a good pick. That's good value for the Seahawks right there. James Williams. Talking about the safety? Is there 2 James Williams in this class? Oh, you're talking. I think there is 2 James Williams. The safety from Miami. I'd like to keep it. I wouldn't hate that either. I also wouldn't hate Bo Braid. Or Brady, however you say his name, from Maryland. That'd be a good pick too. I wouldn't hate any of the guys from the U. Keep them home. Cohen and Williams. Wouldn't hate it. Keep them home, baby. Pick is in for New England. As DJ James just won at 192. Which means we're getting closer and closer. Bengals at 194 is on the clock. Oh, God. Joe Milton just got drafted by the Patriots. Wow. Wow. That's an interesting pick, man. They obviously took Drake May at number 3. They doubled down at quarterback. That quarterback room is likely going to be Drake May, Jacoby Brissett, and Joe Milton. They're going to cut Bailey Zappi. This is fascinating, man. Joe Milton, 6'5" and 1/8, 235, a developmental quarterback in New England to learn behind Jacoby Brissett. People might think he's a runner, but he's really not. He likes to stand in the pocket. He has an absolute cannon. Joe Milton has the best arm in this draft, and I'm not kidding you about that. I am not kidding. Joe Milton has the biggest arm in this draft. That's a fascinating pick from New England, man. Fascinating pick. Wow, I'm shocked by that. I'm shocked. Honestly, good point by Blake. Assuming they cut Bailey Zappi because they're gonna keep Joe Milton at QB3, Jacoby Brissett in May. Assuming Zappi's gone, Zappi would be a great addition to the Dolphins room. What's up? It's a dumb pick for New England. They have a lot of quarterbacks in the room. They have 5. I'm stunned by that pick. Oh, a good pick here by Cincinnati. Tanner McLaughlin, tight end from Arizona. Would have liked him, to be honest. Oh, Oh, 2 quarterbacks in the same draft. That's crazy. Wow. Dude, I will say he is very inaccurate and doesn't really process the field well. But I'm not kidding you. Joe Milton could actually throw the ball like 80, 85 yards. Joe Milton, coming into the league already, will have the strongest arm maybe in the NFL. It might be better than Allen, Mahomes, and Herbert. I'm not even kidding you. Not even kidding. Dolphins are almost up, though, again. 3 picks away. 3 picks away. Guys, we can get Mahogany. Mahogany's still there. Mahogany is still there, guys. We can have the best draft ever. We take Mahogany. Come on. Come on. Chad Jones is with me. Chad Jones is with me. All right, we've done this for almost every time the Dolphins are about to come on the clock. We type MIA when Miami's about to pick, but who do you want the Dolphins to pick right here? I mean, it's going to be hard for me to not tell you guys that it should be Mahogany. Like, that's my guy, man. That's my guy. I need it. I need it. I need it bad. 400 people watching. Who do you want the Dolphins to draft? Let's go. Also, subscribe if you haven't already. James Williams. I see a lot of people talking about the Miami safety. Tight end, Jaheim Bell from Florida State is amongst my top. Amongst my top there. Amongst my top. Sorry, I have some behind the scenes. I'll look in the chat in a second here. Oh, Steelers drafted Ryan Watts. We're close. We're close. We're so close away from getting Mahogany. We're so close, potentially. If they don't take Mahogany, I actually might be heartbroken. I might be heartbroken. I might be heartbroken. Oh, there's puppies on stage. Ryan Watts, the safety from Texas, goes. Who do you want? Brendan Rice? We just took Malik Washington. We're not taking another wide receiver. Not taking another wide receiver. It would stun me. It would stun me. Mahogany's an offensive guard. He played right guard for the last 2 seasons for Boston College. He did miss 2022 with a torn ACL, but I like it. I also would like James Williams. I thought bringing in a third safety would be nice. Thought the third safety would be nice. James Williams intriguing. The Rams picking is in, which means the Dolphins are on deck. The Falcons are on the clock. And the Dolphins are on deck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. One more pick. One more pick and we get our guy that I want at least. 465 people watching. Highest audience of the day. Hit that sub button if you want more Dolphins news, rumors, and coverage on the NFL draft. This is your place. Come on. Come on. Hit that sub button. Let's get 10 subscribers right now. 10 subscribers that I'm cracking open my another happy dad and taking a sip. Let's get 10 more subscribers. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Come on. Join the channel. I think the Mahogany slippage is because of his knee. It's got to be a knee injury concern. We are the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins #1. Hey, hey, hey. I said we'd do a boot if we got $240 in Super Chats and top last year. We have not gotten that. Blake just subscribed. Blake, you've been in the chat this entire time. I thought you were already subscribed. Thanks for subscribing, though. Let's go. Let's go. Continue hitting that subscribe button. 5 away. I get to crack open a beer. We still have not seen the pick for the Falcons yet, so Miami is not yet on the clock. Let's go. Come on. Hit that sub button. 5 away. 460 people in the building. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Give me Mahogany. Give me Mahogany. I don't think Atlanta would take him because they have a stud offensive line. So I don't really think he's in play here. As long as it's not picked by Los Angeles at 196, we might have him there. We might have him there, folks. 3 subscribers away from that little 10 push. That little 10 push. Bailey Zappe's going to be cut by the Patriots. Honestly, I don't hate signing Bailey Zappi to be a backup in Miami, to be honest. I think that'd be a good idea. I don't think Zappi's a good quarterback, but he's a good backup quarterback. Like, if he has to start, you're probably not going to have a good game, and it's not going to go well. But he has a lot of starting experience, and he's a smart guy to be in a locker room. Kind of how I feel. Dab, I can't do that today. I told you. We're keeping it. We're keeping it. Dab, going forward, will just be specific to the Dolphins. But today, I'm doing a live stream on the Heat Report and Dolphins, so we are wearing a Heat one. Come on. Bringing in Zappe to be Tua's backup would probably be a good decision. Honestly, this upcoming week, we're probably going to do a segment on Bailey Zappi. I'm not going to lie. So stay tuned for that. And that's why you subscribe, because I'll have you covered on everything surrounding the Miami Dolphins. I'll have you locked in, folks. Oh, there we go. Crack open. Oh, we lost a sub, but we still got more than 10. Talia's still on the board. I would be stunned if they went Talia here at 198. I think you could wait and potentially get him in your 7th round pick of 241. Continuing that sub button, folks, we'll have you covered on everything surrounding the Miami Dolphins. And as Miami is about to get up on the podium and make a pick, still waiting on the Rams and Falcons to make their selection. I don't know why it's taking so long. Spam your MIAs. We do it every time the Dolphins are about to pick. So let's do it again. 500 people watching. Spam those MIAs. Let's go. Let's go. Giving shout-outs for people who spam the MIAs. Let's get in the chat. Kurt, Nicholas, David, CF, J. Rose, Michael Wright, Bill, Mike Ace, Gutter, Chad, John, Franklin, Greg, Matthew, Donald, Snake, Bandy, Ian, Alan, Victor, Justin, Juan, Mark, Carlos, Stacy, Matthew, Chad Jones, Bill, Kristen, Cody, LeBron, Mr. Miami 305 Dolphins legend is a killer. Brendan, Ronnie, BG, Joshua, Damian, Tyman, David, Stacy, Tori. Keep on spamming those MIAs. Tyler Davis, the pick for the Rams, a defensive tackle. Honestly, would have thought he could have been in play for Miami since they need a defensive tackle. Keep on spamming those MIAs, folks. Let's go. Get in the comment section. Get ready as Miami's about to be on the clock for the 2nd time in the 2nd round or 6th round and 4th time of the day. The pick is in for the Falcons, which means Miami is on the clock. Keep on spamming those MIAs. Come on. Keep it going. Tyler Davis, the pick for the Rams. As long as Mahogany isn't the pick for the Falcons, he is going to be there. Do the Dolphins take my guy? Is the guy that I've wanted the Dolphins to take for the past 2 hours? How long have we been live? 3 hours and 48 minutes. Pretty much them. Been wanting them bad. I've been wanting Mahogany bad. I didn't think he was going to be here at pick 198. No chance. But here we are. So maybe there's injury concerns. He is not taken. The pick is Zion Logue, which means Miami is officially on the clock, which means Christian Mahogany is on the board. Come on. Give me Mahogany, man. Please, please, please. Chris Grier, I was critical of the pick between Chop Robinson. I was skeptical of Jaylen Wright, even though I like the player because you didn't need a running back. This would be a fantastic way to cap off this 2024 NFL draft, even with one more pick. Oh, the pick's in. It's not Mahogany. Not Mahogany, guys. But it is a position of need. You guys are starting to see it in the chat. Patrick McMorris, the safety from California. I know we talked about safety being a need, so it seems like they agree, but they don't take our guy from Miami as a Hurricane. They end up going with the California safety, Patrick McMorris. We'll pull up more on him in just a second. But the Dolphins make their second sixth-round selection, and it's Patrick McMorris, which I don't know much about Patrick, so let me do some research real quick. I got to be honest, guys. I got to be honest, I don't know much about Patrick McMorris. Something that you'll learn from me is that I'm a very honest and transparent person here as a host, so I'm not going to lie to you and try to tell you that I know a lot about him. So we'll get there. Oh, God. He might not even be in the notes. He might not be in Tom Downey's notes. This could be a disaster. We might not have graphics on this guy. This has issues. This could be issues. That's the pick. Patrick McMorris. Oh, my God. It's not in Tom Downey's draft notes. This is a train wreck. Train wreck, I tell you. Give me seconds as I'm still trying to find more on Patrick McMorris. I don't think we have graphics on this guy either. This is... Ooh. The 28th ranked safety, and Dane Brugler of The Athletic had him ranked and graded out as a UDFA. So, not someone that he would have drafted. Okay. Yeah, I think something with Mahogany has to be up, man. There has to be something crazy bad with Mahogany. There has to be something bad, man. Hey, maybe you'll be there at 241 for the 7th round pick. Who knows? All right, let me send out a quick tweet about Patrick McMorris, and then we're going to break down him and Malik Washington more in depth. Let me get the tweet up. Patrick McMorris is the pick at 198. Jay Rose says, who the hell is Patrick McMorris? Well, we're about to tell you more about him here in just a second. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, folks. All right. Give me a second to get the graphics set up here. We're about to go into a cut based on the last 2 picks for Miami and break down the last 2 picks in the 6th round for the Dolphins. Starting off with Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia. Hold strong, hold firm. Here we go. 353. Okay. All right, let's break down the last 2 picks for the Miami Dolphins. Back for another pick breakdown with the Miami Dolphins. We broke down Jaylen Wright and Mohamed Kamara earlier today. Now we break down the two selections for Chris Grier and Miami in the 6th round. The first being Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia. And to me, I'm just going to tell you this right now. It is the best pick of the draft by Miami. This is a complete and utter steal. It's theft for Chris Grier to get Washington, who I had graded out as a top 100 prospect. I thought he was going to go in the 3rd round of this draft without a doubt. Ultimately slides all the way to the 6th round for reasons that I do not know. And Chris Grier, Mike McDaniel recognized his talent and bring him into the building. He's an older prospect, but he is as polished as it comes, and he was able to be as productive as you could possibly imagine for the for the Virginia Cavaliers in 2023. I mean, this was just a fantastic addition. We know we needed a 3rd wide receiver to pair up with Jaylen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Eazy-E and Braxton Berrios are those guys right now. But with this pick, you see the rankings. I thought he was a day 2 pick and a 3rd rounder. Our draft expert, Tom Downey, believed the same thing. The 77th ranked prospect overall, 16th at the position. He was so productive, 24 in terms of age. He was fantastic for Washington. And he is someone who is going to be a great slot receiver as well for the Dolphins. Breakout year at Virginia after being at Northwestern for a couple seasons. He had 578 yards and 694 yards in his first 2 seasons at Northwestern before popping off for 1,400 yards at Virginia in 2023. Was a second-team All-AP American, had 9 touchdowns and an ACC record, not FBS record, ACC record, FBS leading 110 receptions. The one thing about him, though, is that because of his size, he is going to be limited to the slot. You're not going to see him play on the boundary, but you have Jaylen Waddle and Tyreek Hill for that, so I'm not sweating it too much. He's also a good guy with the ball in his hands in terms of yak. And the one thing with his size as well is he is 5'8.5". He is not afraid to go up and high point the football. There was a lot of reps that he had in Virginia where he would go in slot fades and jump up over guys and make plays. Like I don't think he is just someone that is limited to the slot to where you think underneath stuff. I wouldn't be afraid to run slot fades to him and in the red zone do a nice little mesh concept almost to where you have 2 receivers on the left side. If you want to go with Malik Washington in the slot, fade like at the 5-yard line, and then a little slant combo with Tyreek Hill or Jaylen Waddle and let Tua decide where he wants to go with the football. I wouldn't hate that one bit. I love this pick. I think it's one of the best valued pick in the entire NFL draft. I could not be happier with Malik Washington joining the Miami Dolphins wide receiver core. I think he will be a difference maker right away and will be competing for that wide receiver 3 spot for Miami in training camp with Eazy-E and Braxton Berrios. But I expect Malik Washington to win that job relatively easily. I don't know about y'all. But you grade the pick for me. A, B, C, D, or F, round 6, 184. What do you think this pick is for the Dolphins? I think it's the highest graded pick I have for them. I go A. Guys, it's going to be full transparency. I think it's the best one. I'm going with A. I think Chris Grier nailed this one. Also, make sure you are subscribed for the best draft coverage. We have one more pick to announce at 241, barring a trade. And then we will also have full Dolphins draft grades later tonight. And then tomorrow we'll have an undrafted free agent tracker as well. So hit that sub button. We'll have you covered on everything surrounding the Miami Dolphins. You do not want to miss a thing. I can guarantee that. Let's go back and talk more on Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia, because you look at his production and it's just flat out fantastic. I mean, what could you ask for a guy out of the 6th round? 110 receptions, like I mentioned, FBS leading ACC record, 1,400 yards, an average of 13 yards per catch in 9 touchdowns. I don't want to get caught up on the size of this guy. I know Tyreek Hill is a little bit of a smaller wide receiver. Jaylen Waddle a little bit smaller as well in terms of their frame. And Malik Washington joins them in that case. But he is someone who is dynamic with the ball in his hands, can make plays, he's productive, And you're just not going to find a 6th-round wide receiver who played in a Power 5 conference and put up numbers like this at 184 often. If you're grading this anything lower than a B-, I honestly think you're just hating. I hate to be that guy and try to push my narrative onto you, but I truly believe this is a fantastic pick for Chris Grier. You guys know I didn't love the Chop Robinson one, so it's not like I'm just going to be a mouthpiece up here for Chris Grier. It's just truly how I feel with Malik Washington. More to come to with the other pick Miami made in the 6th round on Patrick McMorris. We'll talk more about him, as I'm a little unfamiliar with his game, and he wasn't really a great prospect. I expected to get his name called. But we are sponsored by Game Time, the #1 ticketing app in the market. Get started today. Lowest price guaranteed. And as the spring and summer comes around, if you want to go to some concerts at Hard Rock, you want to go to some Miami Marlins games, or wherever you're living at. It doesn't have to be in Miami. I know we're global here as a fan base at Dolphins Today. Get started today. You could get killer last-minute deals and all-in prices for the big events. There's nothing more frustrating than trying to find ticket prices and you just not be able to find your seat. And they're giving you fake prices to where you click on it, you think it's $60, you go to checkout, next thing you know it's $140. Yeah, that's not going to happen with Game Time, the best ticketing app out there, and they're giving you $20 off your first purchase when you download the app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's the best place to find last-minute seats. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, but again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. And I even use this myself every single time I go somewhere in Dallas. There's a couple Mavs games I've tuned into in person. I get my tickets on Game Time every single time. You can too. If you're watching live, that link can redirect you into the live chat. If you're watching on our normal video, that will be in the description and comments of this video as well. Get started with Game Time, the best ticketing app on the market. All right, next pick for Miami here at 198, Patrick McMorris, the safety from California. And I labeled the need for safety as one that I thought could be helped. Need might be a strong word. I don't think it's necessary that they drafted one in this draft. But you have Javon Holland. You have Jordan Poyer. There could be a switch at safety for Cam Smith, the second-year corner that was drafted last year out of South Carolina. But bringing in a guy that could allow Javon Holland to be more of a safety hybrid role, so that he could go to the nickel. He can play in the box. He could play out in his traditional safety role, like a Kyle Hamilton. Anthony Weaver, the new DC for Miami, is likely going to bring a lot of those same tendencies that they had in Baltimore, where Kyle Hamilton absolutely shined as a do-it-all safety. Javon Holland, to me, I believe can play just like that. So if he does, and you want still three safeties out there, I thought it was going to be a good idea to bring another one in. This one is Patrick McMorris. Now, a sixth-round safety is unlikely to be someone that is really impactful, but he could be a special teams guy, and that's kind of where I lean for him. McMorris, this is from Dane Brugler. Overall, McMorris lacks high-end range and needs to become a more reliable tackler, but NFL teams like his play recognition and physicality. So that's good news. He's 22 and a half years old. Did not have a lot of production at California. Actually, that's not true. He had 90 tackles last year, 2 forced fumbles, 5 PBUs, 1 interception. How is this possible? He was in college for 5 years, but he's 22? That doesn't make any sense. Started his career at San Diego State. I'm just looking at what Dane Brugler ranked him at as the beast. The 28th ranked safety, gave him a UDFA grade. I would have preferred James Williams. I would have. The safety from Miami, I would have liked to keep him home. And if you wanted to go that route of bringing a safety, that's where I would have went. Evidently, they go with McMorris, who hopefully could bring some nice things in, man. Did he go to the he didn't run at the combine because he had a hamstring injury. That's disappointing. I would have liked to see what he clocked in at the 40-yard dash, even though that doesn't train anything. Fun fact about Patrick McMorris, I'm reading more about him right here. Sorry to bear with me. Former running back. So see how he transitions to the NFL. He was a first-team All Mountain West guy before transferring to Cal. He was at the Hula Bowl, so that's intriguing as well. That's the pick for Miami at 198. I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest. This is a 6th-round safety. He'll be lucky to make the team as a special teamer. That's just kind of how it always works, at least to this point. But shout out to Patrick McMorris for making the roster. I give him credit there. All right, that's going to do it for this video. We will be back again, like I said, for the final video of the draft grades for Miami. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and come back around for that. 6 selections so far for Miami. 1 more to go. We'll have the 7th and final one in the 7th round on that later video. I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Go Dolphins. All right. That's the end of that video that will get on the channel relatively soon. Best pick so far for the Dolphins, still in my mind, is Malik Washington. That's my pick. I'll have to go back and watch the highlights on McMorris, Franklin. I'll be honest. I told you I'm an honest guy. Transparency, I have not watched a lot of Patrick McMorris. Actually, I've never watched Patrick McMorris. Never done it. Never seen him. Yeah, just haven't. On our live show, we are going to sign off here because I'm going to go get that video out for you guys. If you want to watch it again, that'd be greatly appreciated. If not, I don't know when we're going to be live on the channel next. Who knows? Could be a live show in the works in the next couple weeks. Don't know. Maybe so. But either way, if you want to hang out with me more today, I am going to be live in 30 minutes on our Miami Heat channel. I am a Heat fan. If you're a Dolphins and Heat fan, come join us for Game 3 between Heat and Celtics. It should be a blast. But either way, that's going to do it for our coverage on Dolphins Today live. Like I said, though, we're going to, at halftime of the Heat game, film the full Dolphins grades video. And then we'll be back for a UDFA tracker tomorrow. So peace out, Dolphins fans. It was very fun hanging out with you guys for the last 4 hours. I appreciate everyone hanging out. And we'll see you guys soon here at Dolphins Today. For Nick Roloff, peace out.